All right. It's Saturday, June 13th, 2026. And well, it's been a week because I was sick last week. Right after watching the Amazing Digital Circus as well. You know, I actually wanted to do this last week, but then I got sick and I was like, I don't know. But you know, if you didn't know, I was really into the Amazing Digital Circus for a while. Not from the very beginning, to be honest. I'm like, again, a LARPer. But like, at some point, I was like, I might as well watch the whole series. I think it was up to like episode 7 at the time or something like that. And I was like, I really liked it, you know? And ever since then, I've been following it. And I actually went to the movie and everything. Hopefully the air conditioner's not too loud, by the way. It just feels loud in my ears, but hopefully there's like noise suppression. Anyway. Oh, I probably shouldn't show this yet. Spoilers? Well, I don't know, actually. I was going to show this real quick because I wasn't sure if there would be spoilers. Yeah, I don't think there is, actually. Anyway, that's jumping a little bit too far ahead. I was just going to like just talk about the movie, right? So yeah, the movie, if you didn't know, it's kind of like the finale of the Amazing Digital Circus. Like, it comes out 2 weeks before the actual official episode, I think. And so, you know, I just kind of went, you know, because I don't know, I just felt like maybe just like a little special occasion, I might as well go to the movie and watch this show that I've been having a bit of a hyperfixation on, which I don't know if I'm using that term correctly, you know. Really, I just was obsessed about it for a little bit. I don't know. For some reason, it just hits all the right spots, you know, all the right things of what I like about a story, I guess, you know. It's like, it's all colorful and like cartoony and everything, of course. But also it has a bit of kind of like a darker theme to it, you know. I mean, you call it like a dark comedy, essentially. It's like a dark comedy kind of series, which is very similar to a lot of things I like, actually. You know, this kind of like Amazing Digital Circus really reminds me of like don't I can't spell. Don't hug me, I'm scared. You know, don't hug me, I'm scared. It's a funny title. Kind of like this, you know, kind of like this. How do we call it? Like Sesame Street style. What do you call it? Show, I guess. Let's just call it a show. Sesame Street style show, but it actually has a bit of some horror elements to it, so it's kind of like a dark comedy, you know. This one's more gory though, you know. This definitely has more like violence in it compared to the Amazing Digital Circus. But it's like sort of kind of similar, right? It's kind of like, oh, it's just a family friendly show, and then you actually open it up, you know, like a box, and it's like it's full of just blood. So that's kind of like, to me, what Amazing Digital Circus is kind of like, right? Again, it doesn't really go too hard on the horror elements. Ironically, there was an episode where it literally is just a horror episode where they go through like a horror adventure, but you know, I just like the darker themes to it, you know, and how like the characters, they feel, I don't know, they feel like very human, I guess. It's just really good writing, I don't know. Anyway, so I decided to just watch the movie and everything. I don't want to spoil too much. I don't know if anyone, well, I don't know. I don't know if anyone will just randomly come in because they see Amazing Digital Circus in the title and just spoil everything, but you know, I don't want to spoil too much, but I watched it, and, you know, it was good, I guess. It wasn't mind-blowing, but, you know, I enjoyed it enough. Though, to be honest, whether it was in the movie or not, like, I don't know, it's like a, how do you say, it's like there's pros and cons, you know? I feel like I would have enjoyed it just as much if I just watched it from home, to be honest, you know? But whatever. I mean, I guess the movie, you have to pay for it, though, so it's kind of like, you do have to, like, put in some money, but, I don't know. It was alright. The biggest thing was, to be honest, like, too many kids, at least when I went anyway. Maybe I went in the wrong time. I tried to pick a time where, like, there wouldn't be much people, so, like, it would be more quiet, but, like, as it turns out, that's the time when a bunch of kids come in. Not only that, like, kids with their parents, you know, which really surprised me, because I really feel like, even though this is, like, PG, like, I think it's rated PG or something, I don't know. Circus, like, I think it's rated PG on Netflix or something, right? Netflix? I don't know how to spell it. I don't know what it says anywhere. Like, yeah, PG, you know? Sci-fi? I mean, I guess it's sci-fi. It doesn't feel sci-fi, you know, to be honest, but I guess it is sci-fi. It's like parental guidance and everything, but like, I don't know, it really goes into some really adult themes, I gotta say. It's not one of those things where it's like, oh, you know, it's like a Disney movie where it's like a double meaning, you know, like it's like a joke, and then only older people will understand the joke of the double meaning or whatever, right? Like a double entendre or something like that. No, this show explicitly goes into some dark places, actually, and I don't know, it's like kind of like weird, like a bunch of like, I don't know how old they are. I can't really tell, but like they had to be no older than like 12 or something. I don't know, like I don't know. It's like, wow, it's just this is like not for kids, you know. I don't know. Especially, I mean, I remember there were some scenes that happened in the movie. And in the movie, they actually replay like the last episode as well, episode 8 or something. So replay that one, and then they run episode 9. I gotta say, some things that happened in episode 8 was like, I don't know, should be showing children, but especially the freaking musical, you know, with Kane. It's news to me that it's news to you, or how's it go? What's the lyrics? Running the show. Lyrics. I just want to remember the first part of it. Sorry, we gotta make sure you're human before we show you this page. I'm human. It's news to me that it's news to you. Alright, that's how it starts. To which degree, who answers to who? How's it go? I don't know, anyway. It's funny, I actually didn't like it in the beginning. The first time I saw the musical happen in that episode, I was like, it's a little cheesy, right? I don't know. But I don't know, it kind of grown on me, I guess. I guess I just don't like songs that are too literal, you know, where it's like someone's literally singing the plot. You know, that's look at what a musical is, right? They're just literally just saying dialogue, except with melody to it. I don't know. I like songs with a little bit more, I guess, subtleness to it, you know, like you know, like most songs. There's like some symbolism or like poetry to it, you know. It's not literally like, hey everybody, my name is Kane, you know, I'm the boss now, ha ha, or whatever. Anyway, but yeah, it's very PG, so there's a bunch of kids in the movie theater for like, I don't know, it's not really made for kids. I think it was like half the audience. I think the other half is like various adults. They're actually seemingly like at least older than 20s. I don't know, but I'm definitely like a bit of a boomer, I feel like, you know, compared to everyone else. There were like a handful of like older people that just went, you know, without kids. so I just assume they're just like me, you know, just watching it because I don't know, he's just a weirdo. But yeah, The Amazing JoJo Circus, the last act. I don't know, overall, I enjoyed it. Again, I don't really go to the movies though. Last time I went to the movies was like for like a Yu-Gi-Oh thing, you know, like a long time ago. When I was a child, actually. Otherwise, I don't go to movie theaters. I like the comfort of just watching something. If I do watch something, I just watch it on my computer screen, you know, like I don't even go to watch it at a big theater because ironically, even though it's on a big screen and everything, it's like it's a different experience, right? The speakers on the sides and everything, everything's so boomy, you know, like it's sometimes hard to hear what they're saying. And I like subtitles as well. I really like subtitles. I'm such a weeb. Like I'm so used to watching anime with English subtitles. I even watch like normal shows that characters speak English. I actually want subtitles because sometimes I can't hear what they're saying. Sometimes I miss a line and I don't know what they were saying, and I want to like read the subtitle. I don't know. I feel like some people don't like subtitles because they spoil or whatever, but I don't know. It depends on the timing, I guess. You have to time the subtitles correctly, and also like make sure like you don't show the whole sentence, you know, like all right away. Like good subtitling is an art, okay? Anyway, I don't know. I just want to talk about the movie, but again, I don't want to spoil anything, at least not too much anyway. Oh yeah, there was also the leaks as well. Apparently the movie got leaked as well. I avoided most of it. I think there's like 2 things I got spoiled on. One thing was like a pretty plot related thing, like a pretty important plot related thing, which I won't say, but at the same time it wasn't that big of a spoiler because I knew it was going to happen anyway. I don't know, like it makes sense. And the second spoiler that I somehow, because I didn't look for the leaks, but it just kind of, you know, showed up in like a random Twitter thread or whatever. But the second spoiler though, everyone was freaking spoiling it, you know. It was not important. Like it's like a non-important spoiler, but everyone's making jokes about it. So it was like, oh, come on, you know, it's such a spoiler. I know a lot of people are joking about it, but then it's just an obvious spoiler though. You gotta do that. Whatever, it's fine. Anyway, I also wanted to show this, and hopefully, well, there might be some very slight spoilers. I don't think there's any big spoilers though, as far as I can tell. I watched it. You know, I watched the episode. I don't think there's any spoilers here. Maybe in the text, I don't know, but I noticed that at the end of the movie, actually, they showed like a little like QR code that actually leads to here. You know, movie exclusive like merch items. It's funny. It's like the Amazing JoJo Circus actually has a whole thing around merch. They aggressively sell merch actually because of Glitch Studios. They always make these little videos, these promotional videos, and then they just sell the merchandise. I don't know. I'm not really into merch, to be honest. I still want to. I mean, I like them. I like looking at them, but like buying them, I don't know. I'm not a big merch person. I don't know. Like the most, well, it's kind of cringe, but like the most I've ever really done in terms of like things I like, you know, buying things. Not really buying things, but really just hanging posters, for example. The most I've really done is just like print like random fan art, you know, on my printer, like really poorly, by the way, just like default like letter size, you know, like what was it, 11 by 8.5 paper, just like printed from like Google Images, random fan art of like anime that I like, and just kind of like tape it on the wall. I don't know, I kind of did that one time when I was young, but nowadays I don't know, I just don't do that anymore. I don't know, I just don't feel the urge to like put anything up, you know. I know people have like merch shelves or whatever, like Reddit shelves. They put like figurines, you know, or like plushies or posters and stuff like that on the wall. But like, I don't know, I just don't do that anymore. I just don't really feel like it. Also, hello, Mizukin. I'm just talking about the Amazing Digital Circus because I watched it. I watched the movie actually last week. I was gonna do this stream last week, but then I got sick. I don't know. I don't get into the details because it's just gross. But like, you know, I had a bit of a stomach flu. It may have something to do with the fact that I ate a lot of popcorn. I'm not sure. I don't know actually. I don't know if it's the popcorn or something else. But like, I really had a bad stomach flu, and I couldn't stream because I was just feeling really bad. You know, I got better. So yesterday I stubbed my toe though, you know, like, but like really badly. Like I stubbed my toe like really badly to the point where it's like bleeding a little bit. Hopefully I don't need to like cut off my toe because it's very bruised. Anyway, You were able to watch it. Was it good? I mean, yeah. I know a lot. Yeah, yeah. I remember. Right. I see a lot of, like before I watched the movie. You know, people were talking about the leaks and how like I think a bunch of people were saying like, oh, it was so bad or whatever. You know, I don't know. I think it's like it depends. It depends what you were trying to get out of the show, I guess. But I don't think it was the worst. You know, I would like to watch it again though, because again, the problem watching it at the movie is that again, no subtitles, and you know the speakers are like really booming and everything. And also the fact that, yeah, I mean, a bunch of kids were there. I know there was a kid next to me. It's a little distracting. They were like moving around, you know. They weren't the most annoying, but like, I don't know. I guess I just don't like kids because they were like shuffling around their seat and everything, and it was like a little distracting. And of course, you know, people were like making noise a little bit. Which is fine. I feel like it's part of the experience, though. I remember, like, again, I'm not spoiling the movie, but like in episode 8, right? Because they're repeating episode 8 in the movie theater before they played episode 9. There was the show. How you speak? I can't speak. The musical, the song with Kane, you know, running the show. I remember there was a moment where like he says not enthused, you know, or something like that, like feeling used. Well, what a goddamn shame, you know. And everyone in the theater repeated that. They're like, goddamn shame. They all yelled it, which is funny because that's when Kane sweared. And also half the theater was like a bunch of children with their parents. So like, I wonder if the parents even knew what the digital circus was. I don't know, but like you just hear like a bunch of people swear. I mean, it wasn't really like a big swear or anything, but like, you know, it's funny. Everyone was like swearing in the theater, and like I don't know what the parents were getting themselves into. So like I don't know. They were thinking it was like Mickey Mouse or something, you know. But like this is not a Disney movie. This is like an adult show. Okay, I don't know. I don't know what to say, but like it's an adult show. It's not for like, I don't know, like middle school kids or elementary school kids, you know? It's like they're really young. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, it's full of kids and teens. I mean, I guess I was gonna say that's expected though, you know. It's like I'm not that surprised because of like FNAF, you know. I'm not personally into like FNAF or anything, you know, Five Nights at Freddy's, but like I can see that, right? Like there's always these like very like I don't know, because FNAF is supposed to be like ironic, right? It's supposed to be mascot horror in the sense that it's supposed to be nostalgic, right? For like people who like mascots, right? When they were a kid, they went to freaking Chuck E. Cheese's or something, right? And then the whole point of Five Nights at Freddy's is that it's like a creepypasta, like corruption of your like childhood nostalgic memories, right? Like that's the whole point of Five Nights at Freddy's. Like you're supposed to be nostalgic about the mascots, but like they're scary, you know, but ooh, they're spooky or whatever. And you know, it's mainly for those people, right? Who like have grown up with like Chuck E. Cheese or whatever it is, you know, these singing like mascot things. But like because these are old, right? This kind of concept is not really like a modern thing. It's like an old concept, and somehow a bunch of kids like it for some reason. I don't know. I blame Markiplier. You know, hello everyone. My name is Markiplier. Today I'm gonna play FNAF. I don't know, something like that. I don't know. Is that how Markiplier sounds? I'm not sure. Yeah, I blame Markiplier. I don't know. It's like for some reason these certain things, you know, where it's supposed to be ironic, but and yet. The fact that it is like all colorful and everything attracts a lot of children somehow. I don't know. Anyway, what was I gonna say? But yeah, it was a little distracting, right? Like in the theater, so I couldn't really like absorb all the details, to be honest. So I really do want to watch it again when it comes out on June 19th, right? So it says June 18th, June 19th, whenever it comes out next week, I guess. But yeah, but also yeah, there's the merch. I was gonna say like I don't really do merch. I like some of the merch. I like you know those Palm Boo Boos. You know, was it? What's the Palm Boo Boos? I like the Palm Boo Boos. Oh yeah, there's Gameoverse merch as well now. Oh yeah, this one. I kind of like this one. I don't know how I feel about being a grown-ass man and like having a little like Jester Girl, you know, keychain. I don't know where we even put that. I don't know. But I like the Pamboo-Boos. I like looking at the Pamboo-Boos. It's very cute. But like I probably will never own one because it's I don't know, it'd be weird. I like this one the best. I don't know. I like the noir. You know, I like it when everyone in one episode. Which episode was it? Episode 5 or 6? I can't remember. It was the one where they were doing a suggestion box thing. I like when they were wearing like the old style retro, like black and white, you know, clothing and everything. I actually wore something like this to a theater. You know, just like a very light cosplay. Because I felt like it, and also I felt like, well, I have most of the pieces already. I needed to buy suspenders. I just like, business casual in general, you know, office wear, I guess. Anyway, but merch. But that's why they also release Jack's boo-boos, I guess, right? Like La Boo-boos, Jack's boo-boos now. They have Jack's boo-boos now. No spoilers, right? I don't think so. There's no spoilers here, as far as I can tell. Yeah, there's no spoilers. Again, I like it, but like at the same time, I don't know if I want to like get anything. I never really bought anything from merch. There's always there's always like a T-shirt or whatever. I don't know. I never wear T-shirts though. I never wear like graphic T-shirts. I mean, at some point, I just stopped doing it. You know, as a kid, obviously, yes, it's like maybe a teenager. But I don't know. At some point, it became cringe. I don't know. Again, like grown ass man wearing like a graphic T-shirt. It just feels weird. It just feels like you're homeless or something. I don't know. I mean, obviously, some people can do it well. I mean, I guess if you're jacked, if you're a freaking bodybuilder and you wear a T-shirt, I think it looks good. But like, I don't know. Everyone else just kind of looks weird. It looks like you're just wearing a T-shirt, I guess. I don't know. It's just too casual. I don't think I would wear it most of the time. It's maybe at home, I guess. But then what's the point about, you know, the thing is, if you just wear a T-shirt at home, you know, like basically as pajamas, what was the point of having a graphic on it, you know? Like no one else is gonna see it, right? I don't know. You wanted that one, but got the high school one. Oh, the anime one? Yeah. If you buy merch, it's like a keychain or like small memorable stuff. Yeah. I don't know. I'm weird. Like I'm like actually weird because like I also don't like taking photos, you know, for example. You know how like people take photos sometimes where they go somewhere. Well, I guess I technically did take a photo, but like, you know, when they take a photo like generally like you know, when you graduate school or whatever, or like you go on vacation or something. I don't know. I don't take photos. Right, to like remember the moment, because I'm like my logic is that if it was something important, you would just remember it in your brain. You know, you don't need a photo to remember it. You just remember it in your brain, right? I don't know. So these days, I gotta say, the older that I get, the more I realize actually my memory is not that great. I don't know why, but when I was younger, I felt like I had like almost photographic memory or something. I don't know. But nowadays, I have dementia or something. You know, I'm exaggerating. I don't actually have dementia, but like I swear, like I don't remember things as good as I used to. I feel like I don't know. I think it's I think it's because of the internet. You know, it's like because you just search everything up, right? And if you don't remember anything, you just search it, you just Google it. And nowadays, you use ChatGPT or Gemini or whatever. You know, you just AI it, which is worse because the AI sometimes gets it wrong. So like I don't know. Anyway, Chunk Blush. Oh yeah, I like this description. In an effort to improve Pomni's quality of life, we removed her limbs. She could no longer run, jump, or leave. She is at peace. Well, at least we think so. She hasn't moved, so we're choosing to believe it's peace. I can't believe they de-limbed Pomni. Truly the real ending of the show. You know, I have no limbs, and I must scream or something. I don't know. Yeah. Oh yeah, the Pomni popcorn bucket. You know, we didn't get any like. I guess because the Canada debuff. By the way, America got a lot of stuff, but like apparently Canada doesn't get anything. You know, as far as I can tell, because apparently there was a popcorn bucket. You know, I think they were selling it in some American theaters. It's funny. You eat out of Pomni's head or something weird. There's even a little strap How do you wear the strap? You just put it in your shoulder? How does that work? Definitely did eat a lot of popcorn, by the way. I kind of regret it. I mean, obviously I got sick right after, so that obviously like has colored my perception. But I don't know, like I just ate way too much. I got like, you know, a big size, like the largest size. Because I was like, you know, might as well, right? Might as well indulge. Even though it's incredibly like overly expensive and everything, but like I just wanted to like, you know, have a good time. Turns out I ate way too much. Limbless Hajime. Wait, Limbless Hajime. Which one's that one? Because Hajime, when I think of Hajime, I feel like there's a few Hajimes. The first Hajime I think of is Hajime no Ippo, but like that's not it. I also think of Baki. You know that Baki meme? I don't know much about Baki. I've seen some clips. I think it's just ridiculous. Well, like the Baki limbless meme, you know, this one. I don't know if it's this one. But that's what that reminds me of. That's like a different thing. And it's also like, I'm pretty sure Photoshop, because I don't think, yeah, this is the real image. This is not the real image. Hajime Hinata. Oh yeah, from Danganronpa 2. Was there like a edit like that? I don't remember. I mean, obviously I don't think that happens in Danganronpa 2. I don't think he gets his limbs cut off. There's gotta be something else. I don't know, anyway. I'm not familiar with the meme. Alright. Anyway, Amazing Joe Circus. What else I want to talk about? Oh, I mean, the one more thing I remember, there were a lot of commercials, by the way. You know, I got there early to make sure, like, you know, I'm ready. I have my soda, my popcorn, and everything. And I swear, there was like half an hour of ads. Is that normal? I've never been to a movie theater in so long, so I wouldn't know. But they play so many commercials in the very beginning, you know, even past like the supposed starting time of the actual like movie, they were just playing so many ads. It's just another thing I noticed, you know. So I don't know. It's like I feel like comparing it to just watching it at home, you know, when it comes out, I gotta say, like, it's not really that better, you know, and you pay for it too. At least for me, anyway. Like, it's just not really that better. It's like I would enjoy it just as much watching it at home, but I guess the biggest thing is that you just watch it early, I guess, so you don't get spoiled. I mean, obviously there's the leaks and everything, though. I think the leak is like in a different dub, right? It's like it's not like English. It's like, I want to say Spanish, Portuguese, maybe. I don't know. I'm not sure. I could be wrong. I don't really know. But I mean, I guess you could just watch the leak, I guess, but like I feel like it would be a good experience, right? Because it's not English, right? Unless you speak the language, of course. But I feel like you're just not watching it, you know, correctly in that case. You're not watching in your own language, you know. I mean, I would. Well, the thing is, I would deal with Japanese though. Yeah, I know there's a Japanese dub basically, and I'm such a weeb. Like I wouldn't mind watching the Japanese dub. Anyway, but yeah, Amazing Joe Circus. That's why after watching the movie, by the way, I'm gonna play this game because well, there's no more Digital Circus anymore. Basically, I don't know. I mean, obviously, there could be like a sequel, maybe. I don't know, but I don't think there would be, to be honest. The story is kind of over, you know. Like without spoiling anything. I mean, it could continue. There could be spin-offs, I guess, but you know. Like the finale was pretty final, I guess, you know, like it kind of ends, so like I feel like a continuation just wouldn't make sense. At least it wouldn't feel right. I don't know. You could technically, but you can do anything, I guess. You can write anything, but it just wouldn't feel right, you know. Hello, XML man. Your theater was the same. You ate all the snacks before it began. Well, I was actually trying to like. To be honest, the thing is, I was trying to like conserve the popcorn. Actually, I was eating like a little bit because I was waiting for all the ads to finish, you know, before I started like eating into my popcorn. I was also still waiting for the rerun, right? Because in the movie they play the episode 8 again. But the commercials just kept going, you know, it just kept going. Anyway, the leaks were in Portuguese. Okay. Is it like Portuguese and like Spanish? Kind of very similar, right? I mean, something to do with colonization is what I'm trying to say. I always mix the two up because they're very similar as far as I can tell. I don't know. I'm not very cultured, so it's hard for me to differentiate. Oh yeah, there's one more thing I want to talk about, actually. It's like, very briefly. Fortnite. Speaking of, like, kids getting into the fandom, this is gonna make it worse, because apparently they have, like, a collaboration with Fortnite, you know? I don't know, hold on, let me just pause this. I already watched this, but, like, basically, yeah. They have a collaboration with Fortnite, and it's funny because all I've seen is Pomni's like long-limbed version. You know, they literally stretch her. I mean, it literally happens in this trailer, and like she's now like as tall as like Jax or something. You know, and obviously everyone is just talking about. Yeah, like that. Everyone's talking about how she has like thick thighs now or something. You know, I mean, not thick thighs, I guess, but like, I don't know. It just reminds me of Hatsune Miku, you know, and Hatsune Miku, there's like a Brazilian Hatsune Miku where like she's like has darker skin and like big boobs and a giant ass. I don't know, something like that. They basically goonified Pomni, is what I'm trying to say. I don't know, I just think it's funny. I never played Fortnite, by the way. Like, it's still a thing, you know? I remember when Fortnite was a wave-based, like, tower defense shooter, by the way, when it first came out, and nobody liked it. And so they made, like, oh, okay, let's make a free, like, multiplayer battle royale mode, just because. Just for fun, you know, because they were trying to jump on the trend, I think, of like another game. I think PUBG or like I want to say DayZ or something. I don't know, I can't remember, but something like that. And then somehow it became a worldwide phenomenon. You know, how did Fortnite do that? That's weird. Anyway, but they did that. They made Pomni like have an ass, I guess. She became like, I don't know, sexy, I guess. It's funny. You know, it's like this, like she has human legs, you know, it's weird. Anyway, I just want to mention that real quick because I don't know, I just think it's funny. They just made her sexy, I guess. And now the legacy of the Amazing Digital Circus will live on, you know, because children from Fortnite will like be like, what's the Digital Circus, you know? And then there's even gonna be even more children in the fandom. I don't know. Crazy. Anyway, so that's all just to say, because the Amazing Digital Circus is like, it's over. I liked it. And again, I have to say though, ironic because, ironic that there's so many children in the fandom when I really do feel like it's meant for like a more mature audience. I'm gonna play this like dating sim. No, to be honest, I don't really like dating sims, you know, but like, I like dating sims when they're like, it's a subversion of dating sims, I guess. Literally, you know, DDLC, but just like normal dating sims is probably not something I really love, but like, I don't know. There's no other good fan games of like Amazing Digital Circus. I don't know if there's anything else I want to play. I mean, there's the platformer, I think. Like this one, right? Something like this. Or what was this different one? I'm not sure. But there was something like this. And it's like you run around everything, but like there's not much to it. It's just platforming. I've seen the clip. There's also this one, which is someone else's like style of Amazing Digital Circus, where they go through like the, you know, the themes of the episodes. But like in a visual novel. It's alright. I don't know. I know there's like a video where the voice actors play them, which is interesting. I don't know. I don't know if I'd be into that though, because I don't know. I feel like it would be any different, you know. It's just the episode again. But you get to experience it in the visual novel. Oh yeah, it was this one, the last demo or whatever. Again, this one you just like walk around, not much to it. You walk, you jump, do a little platforming, and that's kind of it. It's alright. It's just, I don't know. I think I'd rather play something like this. Again, even though dating sims are not really my favorite genre, I've done a lot of visual novels, ironically, but like dating sims, I don't know. It's just like there's two things about it. It's like dating sims are kind of boring usually. Yeah, I don't know, it's just kind of boring. But also like the fact that you basically, in order to progress in a dating sim, I guess it depends on what kind of dating sim, but like most dating sims anyway, you basically have to play to the preferences of the router you're doing, right? So ironically, you do the thing that Ragatha does in the show and like people please, you know, the whole time. And like just agree with whatever your route is saying, whatever your romance target is saying, which is like, ironically in the show, they're showing how like that doesn't work. You're not supposed to do that because that just makes you like, I don't know, like very fake, I guess, you know? But you do that in like a dating sim, so I don't know. It's just teaching the wrong things, I feel like. Anyway, let's open it up. Because I'm gonna do it anyway. You know why? Because there's just, I don't know, there's no more Amazing Digital Circus, so I'm gonna do it anyway. Obviously not gonna do like, oh, I don't know what's happening. It's dying, help. Do I do like windowed? If I do windowed though, it's not gonna look right. So if I do windows, kind of like that. If I do full screen, oh gosh, it's already glitching. I'll do this maybe. That's not great though. I don't like that because there's a freaking taskbar in it. Is there a way to like, I don't know, there's a button to like. I don't think there is in Remp. Help! Help me! No. This is, it's funny. Every time I press help, it's just controls. That's all. Also, hello, Ilias, by the way. I'm just playing the Amazing Digital Dating Sim. It's because I really like the Amazing Digital Circus. I watched the movie. I just want to play something that's related to it because why not? I don't know. I'm still not over it. I'm still kind of not over it, by the way. I don't want to spoil. Again, I don't want to spoil anything, but like I'm basically not over it. You know, it's over, but like I'm not over it. You know. That's why I've been liking a lot of fan art. You know, you should look at it. Don't look at my likes on Twitter. You know, even though that sounds suspicious, but like, mainly because it's all spoilers, by the way. It's all fan art based on the movie. And like, I mean, that's basically what I use social media for, by the way. I just press the heart button on like fan art I like. Gosh. Let's try full screen again. Yeah, it's doing like a weird thing. You see that? It's like, yeah, why is it doing that? I hate that. That's fine. I guess I just won't use display capture. I'll just use window capture. I gotta remember that I'm using window capture though. Oh, that's not correct. Can I just... Oh, no. Hold on. There you go. Okay, I'll just use window capture in that case. Is everything okay? Oh, my mouse is gone now. Why is my mouse gone? Why is it... On the OBS it looks fine. Oh, but no, it's not capturing. What? That's so weird. Okay, let's use game captures. Why is it so hard to capture this game? Why is it a virus game? Hello? Is it working now? I think it's working. Okay, everything looks fine now. Okay, I gotta remember I'm using game capture, by the way. I'm so used to using display capture. Sometimes I alt-tab without realizing, actually. Because I'm so used to just alt-tabbing sometimes, just to show something on my browser, and I forget that I'm not using display capture. I don't know, I'm so used to using display capture. I haven't been using display capture most of my time, but now I do. This game was peak. You love the artwork to get after some interactions with Zubo. Oh, really? Well, I don't know if I'm planning on getting every route. I probably don't have time for that, and probably not the patience either, to be honest. But I don't know. I'll do like one route, probably. But depending how long it is, I guess. Hold on, let me change... I like to have a little timestamp on the YouTube. 955 TADDS, the Amazing Digital Dating Sim. Yeah, there you go. Who's my favorite character from the series? Well, probably Pomni. Yeah, I mean, just Pomni, really. And I like Gango too, though to be honest, I don't like, well, I shouldn't say I don't like, but like, I don't like Gango as much as her manager form, ironically. You know, the when she turns into a manager in episode 4, I think, you know, the Spudsies episode. I actually like her when she's in manager mode. I don't know, something about it is like relatable, right? While working at like a minimum wage fast food job, and she's like completely corporate, and it's like I find that relatable. I don't know, but like it's a special case though, right? Because like that's not always how she is, and like it's like obviously in the show it's shown that she's not like healthy, you know, in that headspace. But I don't know, I like it when she's in that mode. Anyway, but yeah. Amazing digital dating sim. Oh yeah, disclaimer, I don't know if I'll do the voices right. I mean, especially not the female voices. But like, obviously, I don't think I can do voice impressions very well. I'll try my best, I guess. I mean, Kane is probably like the least challenging, though obviously I don't know if I can do an exact Kane. But Kane is like, welcome, you know, he just says, welcome to the amazing digital circus. You know, he just does that, right? That's easy-ish. But everyone else, I don't know. Like, how would you use Zubo's voice? I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I'm gonna play this a little bit. Again, dating sims are not really my favorite thing ever, to be honest. But you know, again, I am a fan of the Amazing Digital Circus, and the fan like made this, and it looks cool, you know. So I might as well play a little bit of it just to fill the void, basically, of like the digital circus being over. It's like. It's gone. Now you know what will make me more interested in this game though is that there's horror elements. You know, like if people die. No, non-canon, yada yada yada. The game contains bright flash transitions. Be careful about that. And don't harass anyone, apparently. You know, like, isn't there like a whole thing about like Gooseworks being harassed and I don't know. I guess that's every popular thing, I feel like. It's a little too fast. But I should keep it loud. Anyway, but yeah, let's just play this game. As in, like, read it, really. When I say play, I mean just reading. So how do you do a Kane? So, like, welcome to the amazing digital dating simulator. A slice of lifestyle school setting where anything and everything is possible. I'm Kane, and I'll be your principal for the duration your stay here at the Amazing Digital Academy. Help your classmates, pull pranks on the teacher, become a straight-A student or a rule-breaking delinquent. You know, I actually played like 10 minutes of this game earlier, and this is not true, actually. You can't just do anything you want. There's actually a very specific thing where you get a game over. Because I chose the wrong choices, and you actually can get a game over in this game, as it turns out. I wonder if there's like a reason to do that. Actually, is there a reason to like get like all the game overs? You unlock like the true ending. I don't know. Anyway, all this while possibly finding love along the way. But enough about my wonderful creation. Let's get you enrolled. First things first. What uniform will you be donning? Well, I'll just wear this because I already know what I'm gonna name myself. Actually. I'm not gonna do a self-insert this time. But let's see. Sounds good. How about your name? What should we call you? I'm gonna call myself Abel. You know, I was checking if there's like some Easter eggs. You know, like in this kind of game, you would like have Easter eggs where you've like you type like Pomni or something, or you're like your XDDCC. I can't remember what it was. But like, I don't know, as far as I can tell, there's no Easter eggs like that, which is a shame. That'd be kind of cool if there was, you know, some like interactions. If you choose like Jax, you know, and they're like, you can't be Jax, get out of here. I don't know. Anyway, I'm gonna choose Abel because I don't know, that makes sense, right? I don't know. Abel, literally the character that shows up in that one episode, and obviously there's the biblical, you know, symbolism of Cain and everything. So like, I'm Abel actually. How do you spell it, by the way? Hold on, let me check. Abel, right? Abel. Abel and Cain. It's that thing. Abel. See? Abel. This guy. The guy that he's the one that got killed, right? Yeah, Cain kills Abel. Abel, right? Abel. So like it's a whole thing. It's symbolism, you see. It's an allegory. Anyway, Abel, huh? Are you sure you like that name? Yep, that's my name. Alrighty then, Abel. Now let's head inside. I draw a smiley face on my on my face. Hi, my name is Abel. I'm a transfer student to the amazing Digital Academy. My parents moved to the countryside after a vague, tragic event that changed the course of our lives. After I said goodbye to all my old friends, my parents got my transcripts and packed up the car. Today's my first day at this new school. I glanced down my class schedule. There should be English 101 with Mr. Kinger. So where's the teacher? Alright, English. Alright, isn't that happened in the show? Like, today, class, we're gonna be learning about English? As I step into the room to let in any other students that might be late to class, someone else hops into the room. The figure looks like a tall white piece from a gaming set. Specifically, he looks like a king in chess. It takes me a moment to put two and two together, but when I do, I almost groan at the pun. Surely his name really can't be... You know, how do you do a kinger? I don't know. Hello, Michael Lee. You never watch Amazing Digital Circus? Only series you're watching now is Milgram. Milgram? What's Milgram? The Milgram? Well, when I think Milgram, whatever, I think of the Milgram experiment, you know? You know, the one where you shock someone or something? Was it that one or another one? Which one was it? The Milgram experiment. Conducted by Yale University psychologist Stanley Milgram. Yeah, whether or not they would obey an authority figure, you know, by like shocking someone to death. But actually it was a prank, actually. It was not real electric shocks. The person being shocked was actually pretending to be shocked. Like, it caused great distress to the person being, you know, demanded to shock them, you know? So, I don't know, something like that. Foot. Why is it a foot? So, like, Milgram Music Project? I don't know. It's not not Wikipedia. If it's not Wikipedia, what's the point? Milgram Music. Oh, is it anime? No, it's anime! I might be interested, but I don't know. Is it this thing? Reminds me of like the Miku one. Isn't there like a Miku, like Vocaloid one as well? That was kind of a music project. And then they like made an anime and like it sucked, you know, and nobody liked it. I don't know. I think Black Rock Shooter as well. Yeah, isn't Black Rock Shooter another one as well? It's kind of like, sort of. It was just one song, but... Like Black Rock Shooter, you know, it's such a good song or whatever, but then they try to make an anime and it was just bad. I don't know. Like, for some reason, the plot works better when it's a music. You know, when it's like a song rather than like an actual show. You have to watch or listen to that. It's like Eve. It's a prison. You learn about the prison's crimes or listen to anime music videos. Ah, yes, it's the... I was gonna say, like, the serial killer thing, you know? I don't know what you call it, but, like, you know, the thing where, like, apparently somehow serial killers just get a lot of lovers, you know? They write love letters to the serial killers, something like that. Like, are all the prisoners, like, Bishi or something? Is that what it is? It's just a Tomei in disguise? I don't know, anyway. I'm just assuming, I have no idea. Anyway, how do you do a kinger? I don't know. I don't know. I can't do voice impressions. Hello, my name is Kinger. You must be pleased to meet me. Mr. Kinger extends a gloved hand, which I shake more out of instinct than out of genuine sense of excitement. Good morning, students. On the docket today, we have a new student named... what's your name again? Well, don't mess with me. I'm Abel. No, hey everyone, I'm Abel. I look forward to learning with you all. Radio, go on and take any open seat, Abel. Most of our students don't bite. Or most of our students don't bite. Some do. One of the other students, a purple rabbit, seems to grin at this. I take a moment to think of who to sit by. Ah yes, so I feel like this is when you actually pick your route, sort of. I don't know. I mean, obviously you can like flip-flop, I imagine, but like you probably won't make progress if you do that. So I don't know. Obviously, so let's see. Girl in the colorful hat and sailor uniform is probably Pomni. Pomni mask and ribbon is Gangle. Mismatched figure with bored face is Zubo. Cheery looking ragdoll is Ragatha. Mysterious looking rabbit is obviously Jax. I guess sit down on teacher's chair. I guess, is there like a Kingo route? Maybe? I don't know. Actually, I think I remember. I played like 10 minutes of this game earlier, just off screen, just to like check it out for a little bit before I actually stream it. And I think if you pick this one, it just kind of puts you back anywhere. Like you don't get to choose Kingo right away or something. I don't know. Milgram is interactive. You can vote who are innocent or guilty. No. Finale after 6 years. I guess it's a long time. Let's see. Oh yeah, I was gonna say, like, again, my favorite character is probably Pomni. But I think that's, I don't know, too vanilla. You're like, I don't know, like it'd be too obvious to pick Pomni, right? Is what I was thinking. I mean, I like Pomni and everything, but like the thing is, if I do a Pomni route, I'm gonna have to do like a Pomni voice the whole time. And I don't know, that's just cringe. So probably Jax is what I'm thinking. I mean, everyone else is cool, but like if I had to pick like one route that's maybe interesting, I don't know. I don't know how it goes. Maybe it's just gonna be like very boring, but like I don't know. I'm probably just gonna pick Jax. I mean, considering, you know, it's funny because people say like it's the Jax show, you know, near the end. The show kind of focuses on Jax a whole bunch, but I don't know. I mean, he's interesting. I like the thing is, I like the shipping between Pomni and Jax only because it's incredibly toxic, you know? And I like it when if there's any romance, you know, because I don't know, romance in stories are kind of boring unless it's toxic, you know? Unless there's some kind of domestic abuse going on, it's just not interesting, is all I'm saying, you know? There's gotta be drama, okay? Didn't Kane say something about that? Like, you know, I can't have my adventures without any drama, you know? Where's the drama? It's true, you know? If there's no drama, then the story is kind of boring, you know? Anyway, I'm gonna pick Jax though. I'm gonna pick the Yaoi Jax route because I don't know, I want to do like a Pomni voice the whole time and be like, hello, I'm Pomni, you know, hello everyone, I'm Pomni, you know, I don't know. I can't really do that. I'm gonna do a Jax instead and just, you know, try to do a Jax voice maybe, I don't know. I sit down next to the purple rabbit. He looks bored by Mr. Kinger's lecture. As I take a closer look, I see his name's written on a nameplate on his desk. Apparently his name is Jax. He's not a Jax toy or something. What's that song? Actually, I don't love that song. You know, the Jax toy song? I'm a Jax toy, something like that. But it really got like viral at some point. I say I don't like it. I don't hate it. It's just like, I don't know. The song itself is, for some reason, not really something I enjoy. I don't know. It's just something about the melody. It's not really like objectively it's bad or anything. It's not just. It's just something I didn't really like that much. I don't know. I was gonna say like that's for a lot of songs though. Some of the fan songs I feel like are a little bit too literal. You know, like they're too. I don't know. They're like rap, I guess. You know, like hip hop. They're like they're just talking too much. You know, I like it when songs are not that. I guess where they're a little bit more like. I mean, basically just generic pop songs, but like, you know, a little bit more, you know, melodic and like, again, poetic or something. Anyway, as I get a closer look at Jax, I also see he's working his jaw. Is he chewing gum? How does that work? He never opens his mouth, by the way. That's not how that works. If you peel back his skin, as you learn in episode 8, there's no mouth. So how's that work? He catches me looking at him and I almost apologize for staring, but I can see he isn't offended. Instead, he grins quietly before putting a finger up to his lips. He takes the chewed gum between his gloved fingers, reaching out towards the girl in front of us. The girl in front of us has a ribbon for a body and a comedy mask for a face. She's paying close attention to Mr. Kinger's lecture, and Jax is reaching up with gum on his hand. He's gonna stick it on her mask? Wow. Again, I played this a little bit already. I feel like you do have to play along. You know, I kind of want to call him out on it, you know, and stuff like that, and freaking fight, you know, because that's more interesting. But I think if you don't, I don't know, I'm not sure actually. But anyway, I was gonna say, like, I think you get a game over, you know, basically, if you don't like play along and actually like lock in, you know, like a route. He has no mouth and must scream. He must chew, you know? He must chew, but he has no jaw. Alright. Keep quiet and see what happens. I'll play along with the bully. Even though it's not really not a nice thing to do to Gangle. Because I like Gangle too, though, overall. I don't know, but... I mean, I guess you like all the characters. I mean, that's the thing about Amazing Digital Circus, right? You just kind of like... generally like all the characters, really. What amazes me is when someone hates a character, you know, like what they hate, like they like everyone else, but they hate a character. I mean, well, to be fair, Jax would probably be the one character you would hate. That'd be an acceptable target. But if you hate anyone else, that'd be weird because no one else has really done anything, you know, like bad. Why do you hate them? Jax reaches forward with practiced stealth, sticking the wet wad of already been chewed gum to the Ribbon Girl's mask. The Ribbon Girl lets out a quiet shriek of discomfort, flailing her arms as she desperately pulls away from Jax. Okay, how do you do a Gangle? No, Gangle, look behind you. The Amazing Digital World of Gumball? Oh yeah, that's another show. You know, there's a lot of Western cartoon shows I never really watched, to be honest. Somehow I got into Digital Circus. Initially, I wasn't gonna be into Digital Circus because it reminds me of a lot of like Western cartoon shows, right? Like the Gumball show, right? What is that? Again, I like the alt tab. Hold on. Amazing World of Gumball. I don't know how to like categorize it, but like I call this like part of like Western animation, I guess, you know? Where it's like from that specific era, like Steven Universe, you know? Can't spell. Steven Universe 2013. I don't know, I just missed it, I guess. 2000, when, that was like more than 10 years ago. Where was I 10 years ago? Like I think it was university. I don't know. I remember I was into Undertale, you know, in university. Adventure Time as well, you know, like all this, right? 2010. I guess, yeah, 2010-ish Western cartoons. I was never really into them. But somehow I was into a Digital Circus. I don't know. Again, despite all that, because I was avoiding it at first because like, it's just another one of those shows that I don't understand. But turns out I do like it. But let's see. Similar concepts. Hello, Uli, by the way. You like several characters? Oh, Danganronpa is a series where you like several characters but massively hate certain ones. Maybe. I'm trying to think. I've only played Danganronpa 1 and 2. I actually streamed Danganronpa 1, like a replay, a long time ago. I never played the third one, though. I'm trying to think, is there characters I hated in Danganronpa? Not really. Even, well, not spoilers, but even the villains, I actually love the villains, actually, in Danganronpa. Because they're the most interesting, right? The antagonists are actually the most interesting in Danganronpa. But was there anyone I hated? I don't know. I mean, I don't... not really. I don't like the cook guy in the second one, but like, I don't know. You don't really learn much about him. The first one, though... I don't know if there's anyone I really hated in the first one. Well, I don't know. Anyway. V3 is so good. It's one of your favorite. Really? A lot of people didn't love the... I've heard that V3 was very mixed. People didn't like it, you know? I never played it. I was planning on streaming it, but then I was like, I want to wait to stream the second one. I already played the second one, I want to replay it, you know? But I never did. I never got around to it. So I just never played V3. Anyway. But yeah. Teru, right? That guy. Fan game? I'm not sure which fan game you're talking about. Danganronpa Antebellum. All right. Well, isn't there like a lot of Danganronpa fan games? I don't know. I'm not. I don't know if I want to get into them because like there's so many different kinds, and like I'm not sure if I would like it because when you do a fan game, especially if it's based on the original story, like I don't know, it doesn't feel right. It's like written by a different person, and it's like, anyway. How do you do a Gango voice, by the way? So Gango, I feel like in my mind is a little nasally. So like, ew, I can't do it. Ew, Jax, what is that? What did you do? Ew. I don't know. Gango. You know, she's like a little depressed, like Gango. My name is Gango. Her whining and desperate flailing is a little funny, even as she feels around blindly behind her mask. Her movements attract the attention of Mr. Kinger. Where is going on? Why is going on? He seems aware something is going on, but he doesn't seem to know what. How's this guy teaching us? Zubo. I know, like, they're non-binary and everything, but, like, obviously the voice actress is just a woman, so, like, she just has a very deep feminine voice, and that's really hard to do. I mean, I can't do a female voice in general, but, like, I feel like a deeper female voice is, like, super hard. Like, I don't know. How would you do it? I don't know. Like, Jax is just picking on Gango again. The mismatched figure pipes up from next to Gango, who's evidently the ribbon girl that Jax just stuck his gum to. Here, Gango, let's go to the bathroom so we can wash it off. Oh yes, carry on then, Zubul. Nothing phases his teacher. Zubul glares daggers in the rabbit as they leave. What? Okay, how do you Jax? Like, what? No. So I can't do voice impressions, but like I'm trying to do like at least an approximation. What? It was funny, right? Pick me up here. I don't know, that doesn't sound right. Jax, how do you do Jax? Jax turns to face me. I guess it was kind of funny. Jax offers a thin smile as he leans over to me. It was very funny. No, I don't know. How do you become Michael Kovac? It was very funny. You should try loosening up, new kid. You might have some actual fun. I'm doing a little bit too much. I don't know. I'm doing that wrong. I'm doing too edgy. I'm doing my edgy voice. I can't help but audibly gulp. I hope I haven't thrown my lot with the wrong person. Great. Oh yeah, there's a sun, by the way. Sun and the moon. I was just settling to my desk and getting used to this place when something burst into the room. Principal Cade, how exciting to have you in our class today. The new figure turned to address us. At his side was a bubble with razor-sharp teeth. I don't think I'll ever get used to this school. Kinger, class, how do you do? Principal Kane extends a hand, gesturing to all of us before freezing in place. With a sound like porcelain grinding against porcelain, his teeth slam shut. His eyes slowly extrude from his teeth like they're not solid objects. Oh yeah, when did that happen? I don't know. I mean, obviously that's a reference to the show. He did that once, right? Abo, wasn't expecting you here. Manic enthusiasm suffuses his voice as he points out his cane at me. You know, cane. He has a cane. Maybe you'll be the secret ingredient to make this school interesting. He pauses a moment, rubbing the base of his chin in contemplation for a moment. Is there a reason you're here, Kane? Zubo speaks to him like they're addressing an annoying insect instead of the principal of the school. Kane perks up. That's right. The reason I'm here to make sure we all have an enriching academy experience. One full of fun, danger, adventure. He begins to list more and more descriptors, increasing his breakneck speed until I can't even tell what he's saying. And most of all, interesting to our studio audience. He turns towards the window and stares out of it for a moment. Is he addressing someone? There doesn't appear to be anyone outside. However, the numbers are in, students, and it turns out school dramas are just white noise. Normally, this is the time I tell you that means the end of school life as we know it. Kane bites on his hands in mock horror. The class and King are playing along, gasping at this revelation. Gango looks ready to burst into tears. In the real episode, you know, we actually skipped the anime adventure very quickly, but... However, my sweet tooth students, your benevolent principal has found a way to bring public interest back to the school in a major way. At this point, the sharp-toothed Bubble next to him pipes up. Bubble. Well, to do a Bubble voice, you need to go to Audacity and just crank up the pitch, you know? That's what you do. Use that a filter. How are you bringing interest back to the school, Mr. President? You know, my favorite Bubble line is, "You're so funny," you know? "Wow, Kane, you're so funny." You know, I like that one. Kane shoots the Bubble a confused look, but hits his stride a moment later. "You see, my little Tomor Emeralds, what's one thing no academy around here has ever had?" A cast... I can't... How do you do it? A cast... No, I feel like I'm doing it wrong. A cast of colorful characters. A cast of colorful characters. A cast of colorful characters. No, I don't know. Why is it so hard? A cast. Tomar Emeralds mentioned. I don't know what Tomar Emeralds are. I know the Chaos Emeralds. You know, you collect them all, become supersonic. A cast of colorful characters. A competent principal. Adequate funding? I don't know how do you rank that. Kane shakes his head. Wrong, and surprisingly right, but also not relevant to what I'm talking about. No school around here has had a culture festival celebrating the unique talents of its students. So I, being your benevolent principal, have decided to put your class in charge of throwing the best culture festival this side of the Pacific Ocean. Make it flashy. We gotta keep the interest of our investors after all. Egads, I'm almost late for my deep tissue massage. Alright, Kinger, I'll leave you the list of everyone's responsibilities. You all have 5 days. Break a leg or two. As abruptly as he appeared, Kane darts out of the room, disappearing from view as he heads to his appointment. Alright, class, let's see what roles Kane assigned to each of you for the Culture Festival. Kinger lifts a paper from his desk and begins to read aloud. Ragatha, as a class representative, I trust you to organize the other students and make sure the festival proceeds with no issues. You can count on me. I don't know, obviously I can't do Ragatha, but like, what does Ragatha sound like? It's like, you can count on me, you know? She's very positive. Until she isn't, but... Zubo and Gangle, you two will work on art to promote the festival. We have a pretty big school here, so we'll need plenty of posters and some art to display during the festival. I don't know. I still don't have anything I'm comfortable showing everyone else. ... Pomni and Jax, look at what a culture festival is. Shouldn't we do that before we start making posters? No, I like his idea. Plus, we get to see what Gango comes up with her posters. If it's anything like what she comes up when she draws Ragatha. Jax? I don't know, I'm doing horrible voice impressions. It's a Wani Plays reference? Okay. I don't know. Why does he keep coming up, by the way? I mean, I know why he keeps coming up. I think he does a voice in the show, right, or something. But like, I don't know. Like, people keep mentioning him, and I never watched him. I don't know. I feel like he is a content creator that I missed. I don't know who Wani. I don't know if I'm saying that right. Is it Wani? I think it's not Wani. It's Oni or something, right? But I say Wani because it's in his name. It's O-N-E. It's English. That's how you spell one. You know. So I say Wani. Wani Plays. Wasn't he? I mean, originally he was an animator, right? He did Newgrounds animations, I think. I'm pretty sure, but I didn't really like them, you know, to be honest. So I never really got into it. Like One-E animations. Let's see. Always on a tangent. Always going on a tangent. What's actually more popular, actually? Well, yeah, he's more known. It seems to be more known for his animations. More known for his Let's Plays, I guess. I'm assuming. I don't know. Never really got into it. I think I'm somewhat familiar, but like his whole shtick is that he draws everybody like disgusting. You know, like I don't really like it that much. I feel like this is like really old memes, you know. I don't know. I just never really got into Dragon Ball Z parody. Everyone's just drawn disgusting. It's like, that's funny. I don't know. It was a different time, I guess, but like, you know, you just had to be there, I guess. Otherwise, you're just not a fan, and that's me. I'm not a fan because I never got into it originally, so I wouldn't know. I wouldn't know. Now I'm reminded of like old memes. You know what, like an old meme, you know, that I like. Well, I mean, obviously, when I think of old memes, I think of it's over 9,000. You know, it's over 9,000. You know, and there's like a music video, and there's a Gundam one. You know, it's funny. I didn't remember it being Gundam, but like there was a really old meme. It's like, we're jumping onto white base. You know, it's like we're jumping on the white base, and it was like to a beat. And I think it's made by the same guy who made over 9,000, right? Like he also made like over 9,000, you know, video or whatever. That became like a viral meme. You know, the good old days. That's what I remember. Anyway, Gengo interrupts Jax before he can finish his thought, pleading with him to stay quiet. The class erupts into chaos as Zubo and Gengo argue with Jax. Pomni tries to find out what a culture festival is, because if they don't have access to the internet, I guess, they can't just Google it. And Ragatha tries to salvage what remains of class and get her classmates to pay attention. For his part, Mr. Kinger seems content to let the students bicker amongst themselves. Maybe he didn't have the rest of his lesson plan, it's just waiting out the lunch bell. Well, no, he's actually insane. He's actually has a mental illness. He's actually gone insane. No, as if I had summoned it by thinking of it, the lunch bell sounds. Everyone drops their arguments and flies out of the classroom. Time to find out what I'm doing for lunch. After my chaotic first half of the day, I worked out quite the appetite. The cafeteria was bustling with unfamiliar faces. Around me, there was a selection of places to buy lunch, but none of them stood out from one another, and also in like crudely drawn Japanese. You know, it looks like it's like bad katakana, maybe. I don't know, I can't tell. Which one's, I always forget. Which one's hiragana, which is katakana, I don't know. Either way, well, it kind of looks like it, but not really. Like, what is this? I don't know what that is. I pick up something to eat at the nearest food place and set about deciding where to sit down. Still, as I scan the bustling lunchroom, I don't recognize anyone from class. Sure, I could check out the library. I'm trying to stalk Jax here. You know, I'm trying to do the Jax route. Again, ultimately, that's what I'm trying to do. I feel like Jax, yeah, Jax is like my third favorite character, behind, like, again, Manager Gengo, which is funny because, again, that's not actually Gengo, but like Manager Gengo, you know, is my second favorite, and the first is Pomni. But again, I don't do a Pomni route. I don't know. Maybe if we have time. I don't know, I feel like a Pomni route would just be so corny, wouldn't it? Because Pomni is just too nice of a person. So like whatever her route is, be like, oh, she's just nice to you, and then that's it. I don't know. There wouldn't be any drama, okay? You gotta tell her like, oh, you gotta break down, and you gotta be like, I don't. What does he say? Like, I don't care about you or anyone else in the circus or something, you know? You are my playthings, you know, or something like that. You gotta do that, you know? It's more interesting that way. Anyway, I walk into the library with my tray in hand. I peer through the rows of dusty, cluttered shelves, and I see Jax and Pomni by tables in the middle of the library. Ah yes, funny bunny. Even from here, I can tell Jax is up to trouble. He's tapping his foot impatiently and pacing back and forth. I can barely make out Pomni, craning her neck to peer up into the tall bunny's yellow eyes. You know, she hasn't had her fortnight glow up yet. As I gingerly maneuver between the shelves, trying to avoid spilling the cream corn casserole I brought from the cafeteria, I can make out some words. Going to Kinger asked us to... I can't hear Jack's response, but I don't have to, as he mimics Omni's mannerism, tilting his head from side to side. As I get closer, I can hear her trying to reason the stubborn rabbit. We should at least try to do what he said. I don't want to be the only one who didn't do anything to help. Against my better judgment, I creep closer. Nearly tripping over a step stool, I manage to creep into earshot. Yes, stealth. Why? This whole thing is pointless. And no one will even know if we bail. Trust me. Jax crosses his arms, leaning back and letting out an annoyed sigh. As he leans back, he catches sight of me. Oop. Hey. Oh. Hey, new kid. He calls out to me. What do you think? We should ditch this dumb culture fair thing, right? Their name is Abel, Jax. Or Abel, rather. Their name is Abel, Jax. Second off, they were in class with the rest of us. I bet they want to stay on Kane's good side as much as the rest of us. I bet they'd rather do something fun, like pulling an epic prank. Epic prank? Epic prank. The word epic is ruined for me. You don't just say epic anymore. That's just cringe. Pomni gives me a meaningful look. Like, if you're gonna use the word epic, it has to be ironic. You know, you have to say it ironically. Jack shoots me a mischievous grin. I feel like I should choose my response carefully here. Do I want to be the light side or the dark side? You know, do I want to be a Jedi or the Sith? Well, you gotta choose Sith, right? That's more interesting. Let's pull a prank. See, Pomni? The new kid's cool. Alright, well, you two have fun then. She turns back to the shelves while Jax ushers me out of the library. Ah yes, time to self-insert between the funny bunny. You know, that's what you do, right? Later, Pom-Pom. That Pomni, huh? She can be so needy. Jack smirks, rolling his eyes. Not like you, huh, new kid? I'm not sure how to proceed for a moment, but I have a feeling I know what Jax wants me to say. Yeah, I'm down for anything. I'm down. I'm literally Ragatha. I just literally just do whatever anything he says. That's what you do in dating sims. Apparently, you just be a people pleaser. Somehow that works because it's an invisible like point thing, like a point system. You just agree to do everything what they say, and then you max it out and you get an ending. I don't know. Even though I feel like that's silly, you know. I give Jax finger guns, which he scoffs at before grinning at me. You're so cringe. Well, that's funny because that's what happens in the show with Pomni. But since you're so eager to get on my good side, I came up with something fun for us to do. Let's go on a little field trip outside. Are we allowed to do that? Now don't be conformist, join the gray side. Well, technically there was gray Jedi, technically. I don't know, it's been like removed because of Disney, but like technically there was the gray Jedi, and technically wasn't the... What's his name? What's his name again? Mace Windu. You know, Mace Windu was kind of like a gray Jedi, right? Oh, he's a gray Jedi because he's a Jedi, but also he dabbles in the dark side, you know, that kind of thing. Jax rolls his eyes. Jays, you sound like a broken toy. Is that the only thing you say? I shake my head. I don't want to disappoint Jax. It doesn't matter what we're allowed to do. It matters if we get caught. So keep up, new kid. He finds a door leading to a field, slyly pushing it open before bounding through. I have to sprint to make it through before the door locks. The door leads us out into the softball field. I didn't even know this school had a softball team. Jax gets on all fours, putting his head almost even with the ground as he crawls around. Doesn't remind me of, isn't there like a... I don't know, is there merchandise like that? You know, where Jax is like on all fours? I can't remember. Is he looking for something? Jax, did you lose something out here? Shut up, I'm looking for something. In the few hours I've known him, I've never seen Jax taking anything so seriously. I get down on my hands and knees too, checking each blade of grass for anything remarkable. I'm so focused I forgot my surroundings, bumping face first into the seat of Jax's pants. What? His ass? He wheels on me. Don't try to get fresh with me, new kid. I blush as I crawl back a few paces. Okay. Okay, I feel like it's gonna be written in a certain way. Sorry. Jack shakes his head. Do you even know what we're looking for? Is this PG, by the way? That's what I wonder. Is this PG? This dating sim? I assume so. I shake my head. I don't want to make him angry by asking. Then how do you think you're gonna find out what we're looking for? I blush again as I realize he has a valid point. Why do we blush a lot? Why does Abel blush so much? So what are we looking for? So this is my issue again. This is my issue of dating sims. Like when you're playing as the protagonist, you know, you can't really pick your personality that well, right? Unless you do. I don't know. Unless the choice in the very beginning, maybe if you choose like a different greeting, maybe that affects the writing. That'd be a lot of like rewriting. I don't know, but again, like I like you can't really choose your personality, right? If you're in a dating sim protagonist self-insert thing. Like maybe I don't want to be as meek, you know? Maybe I don't want to like blush every 2 seconds, you know? Why is it like that? Anyway. So what are we looking for? A centipede. A centipede? Jax doesn't look amused that he has to repeat himself. A centipede. We spent the rest of lunch searching, but just as the bell rings, I find a centipede crawling near a rock pile. Jax, I found one. I hoist the insect up by its rear end. It flails around as it tries to escape my grasp, its dark legs wriggling in discomfort. Jackpot! Nice job, Abel. They used my name. No, I didn't, new kid. I squint at him. You're imagining things. He puts on an unreadable smirk. Guess I'm not getting him to admit to anything. But this is one fine specimen. Okay, what are we doing with this? Are you an insect collector? Ew, no. He shakes his head before he drops the centipede into my backpack. Hey! Calm down. We're gonna put this in Ragatha's locker and then hide out and watch her open it. Why? Because Ragatha hates centipedes. I pause for a moment, not fully understanding why would we do that. So, why are we putting one in our locker? Because it's funny. New kid, try to keep up. You know, that's right, because there's few references to the show. Because it's funny. You know, he says that. I don't know if I agree, but this is the happiest I've ever seen Jax since we started hanging out. Come on, I have a key to let us back inside. He pulls a ring of keys out of his back pocket. How do you get those? It looks like a set of master keys to every door in the school. Cool. Kakui. He's so cool. He can like put centipedes in a woman's locker and then watch her scream. I don't know. Wow, that's so cool? Question mark. Jax lets us back inside. We sneak our way up the main stairwell and almost at Ragatha's locker when our class rep herself shows up, strolling down the hallway. Abel, what are you doing in the hallway? She tilts her head, offering me a weary smile. I've been looking for you since you didn't show up in the afternoon classes. She notices Jax and her expression sours. Jax, you better be leaving Abel alone. Oh, come on, Ragatha. He offers a cartoonishly wide grin, as he always does. The new kid actually looked for me. We even got lunch together. Ragatha looks utterly confused. Abel, is that true? It feels like I should choose my response carefully. No. To throw centipede and run. I don't know if Jax would like that. I feel like that's the... I feel like, I don't know, there's like choices in this game, I swear, would just lead you to the game over or something, you know? For some reason you can like pivot to like a Ragatha route or something? I don't know. No, Jax asked me to look for a centipede to put in your locker. No, okay, fine, we'll just say, that's right, we had lunch together, we're just trying to get back to class. See, dollface? Ragatha squints at him, but for some reason she seems to trust me. Well, fine, but I'm keeping an eye on you, Jax. Ragatha leans over to me, whispering in my ear. Abel, if he's messing with you now and you don't feel comfortable talking to me about it, you can find me after class. She's so nice I almost feel bad about what we're going to do, as we betray her. Blame this on the misfortune. of your birth. Almost. Jax and I sneak through the hallways before finding a locker labeled with Ragatha's name. Pictures of horses and farm animals are pasted on the outside. Come on, new kid, now or never. I gulp. Sure. I'm cool, I'm hip. I will also be a horrible person. You know, that's how you show you're cool to other people in your friend group. You just need to be mean to other people outside your friend group, right? That's how that works. I gingerly pick up the centipede by the sides before setting it just below a slit in her locker. The creepy crawly centipede slithers right in. All according to Kekaku. Why are you making a Death Note reference? Translator's note. Kekaku means plan. Nice job, new kid. Now let's hide out and enjoy your handiwork. We hide behind a corner and wait. The bell to dismiss class rings a few moments later. We were cutting it close. Oh yeah, I was wondering, by the way, I don't know if this game is like the full game actually. You know, I remember when it first came out, by the way, because I knew about it actually when it first came out. This dating sim and everything. And well, at first it was a demo, as far as I remember. It's been a while since that, so I don't know if there's like a full route actually. I'm not sure, because you know, if we do have time, maybe we do do the other routes. I don't know, because obviously it seems like the game's kind of hinting, you know, like, oh, you know, you learn about Ragatha. She has like, you know, horse animals in her locker, you know, so like, I don't know. Maybe it's all like I was gonna say like it's all interconnected, you know. Anyway, Ragatha finds her way to her locker, entering her combination, and then. Hehe. Ragatha's locker springs open, and the centipede lands in front of her uniform, and she looks down horrified. You know, it's funny because this is referenced in the pilot episode, I'm pretty sure, right? Jax does say, like, he leaves a little centipede surprise in her room or something, but we never actually see that, as far as I remember. At least, I don't know, unless maybe there was a scene, I'm not sure, but like, as far as I remember, we never actually see a scene of Ragatha being scared by a centipede or something, you know? We never actually see that. Jax? What? Why would you put a centipede in my locker? You know how much I hate them. Why does it have to be me? Because only you would do something like this. Jax looks away slyly before taking credit for our prank. You got me, Raggy, but you should have seen the look on your face. You're terrible. She storms off. I'm glad Jax took the fall for us as I step up behind the corner. That wasn't a very nice thing to do, but Jax seems pretty happy with me right now. Ah yes, this is how you find joy in life. You simply steal it from others. You know, life is a PvP, you see. You know, that's how PvP games work, you know? There's a theory or something, I don't know the name for it, but like, basically that's how it works, you know? When you play like a PvP multiplayer game long enough, at some point, you know, the way you have fun is by stealing other people's fun, you know? It's by murdering them. That's how that works. So that's nice. I walk to my locker, entering the combination as I put my books away and get ready to head off for the day. My mind drifts to the day's events. I wonder if someone will ask me to walk back with them. As I gather my things, a familiar figure swaggers up to me. Okay, I feel like that was a transition to be like, hey, by the way, if you have enough points with someone, they'll walk up to you now. So I feel like that scene always plays, no matter what. Hey, new kid, you still hanging around? Yep, just ready to head out. What'd you say? Or, what'd you say? How about I walk with you after school today? Surprised at Jax asking to walk me home, I run out of words and just nod. Cool, let's go. The front doors open for us and I stand outside, waiting at the curb. My parents dropped me off this morning and I'm sure they'll be here any moment to pick me up. My non-existent NPC parents that don't actually exist, and it's just a conjured up memory from Kane. But don't worry about it. Jack stands next to me for a few moments. He gives me a confused look. What are you waiting for, kid? My parents? Are you waiting to get picked up too? I'm 22 years old. I haven't been picked up by my parents for like 6 years. Also, Oh, I can't say. Anyway, well, anyway, parents. Anyway, spoiler. It would be spoilers to say why I was wondering about that line. I'm going to the dorms. What? What? Nani? The dorms. He looks at me like I'm an idiot. The on-campus housing cane designed for a class where we stay when classes end. Oh, that sounds nice. I wish I was staying on campus. His annoyed expression changes. Oh, you poor little lamb. His voice drips of sarcasm. He really didn't tell you anything, did he? Look, Abel. I love to watch you stand out here until the sun goes down. You start shivering in your little school uniform. Jack smirks. Honestly, just imagining is pretty funny. A smile drops from his face. Your parents aren't coming for you. He says to me in a deadpan before continuing. Come on, we need to get to the dorms before it gets too cold out. Kane only gave us summer uniforms. A chill travels with the air in a shivering place. Jack shivers too. I'm losing my patience. He glares at me. A lot of I feel like dialogue gets cut up too much. Anyway. Jax, I'm telling you, I don't have any housing on campus. My parents are picking me up. Jax just sighs. You just don't know when to give up. He glowers before walking away from me. Suit yourself, new kid. He walks off to the dorms. I don't know. It's just too much. It's like dialogue and then description. Dialogue, description. Dialogue, description. It's a little I don't know. I don't know. It's just that particular section of dialogue, but I feel like they cut up too much, you know? Sometimes you gotta do a little bit more longer dialogue. And if there's any action, it's implied through the dialogue, you know? Anyway. I'll show him. My parents will be here soon. An hour passes, the sun begins to sink below the horizon. Another hour passes, the moon is visible and the sky is darkening. It's getting really cold out here. Really, really cold. Meta plot twist, they don't have parents. You never had parents. Yeah. I mean, that's what I was thinking, right? Literally, that's why I named this character Abel. Because I'm pretty sure that's what it is, actually. It's not meta at all, actually. It's quite literally, just like in the show, this is all part of an adventure, and we are literally an NPC conjured up by Kate. That's literally what it is. I looked the way Jax walked when he left me standing here. A nice warm room sounds really good right now. It's interesting because now it makes me think about the Pomni route, because a very similar thing happens in the show with Pomni and NPC, let's just say. I mean, literally episode 2, I guess. So, I wonder, it's kind of like a repeat, Yeah, I should, for the Pomni route, I should name my character Gummy Goo, Maybe? I don't know, maybe not. Where are they? I stuck out another half hour before sighing, frustrated. Did they forget about me? Also, I need to blow my nose. Some more water. I walk towards the dorms, seeking shelter in the plain building. There's everyone's rooms. Which one's which? I mean, obviously this Pomni. That's Zubul. I guess that's Jax. I was like, don't enter. Who else? I don't know, actually. I mean, this is very Japanese-like, so I assume it's Gango, because Gango's a weeb, Otherwise, this one is very normal, so I don't know. I guess Ragatha, because it's kind of like a barn door, like a farm, door, kind of. So I guess the last one is just Kinger. Kinger is just normal. This is a very normal door. As I do, I run into Jax. Why was he heading out? Finally come to your senses, new kid? He asks, sounding tired. No, I just stepped inside because my parents forgot to pick me up. I bet they'll be here any moment. Jax's eyes narrow in annoyance. He drags a yellow-gloved hand across his face in his aspiration. Listen, new kid. Get it through your head. There is no outside world. There's the school. He points to a large brick building across from where we are. The dorms. He points to the building we're standing in. And that's it. He muttered something under his breath. Okay then. But if these are the only two places, why are you going outside? That is... His face flushes as he turns away from me. I just wanted some fresh air. It's pretty cold outside though. Okay, well, if everyone stays here, then I should have a room here. Show me my room if I'm supposed to stay here. I grin, comfortable in my undefeatable logic. Huh, yeah, you're probably right. Let's go find your room so I can stop babysitting you. What? Jax grabs my hand in his as he hauls me through the hallways, but I'm not complaining. Just another way for us to hang out together. As we walk through the hallways, 1,000 questions rush through my head. We pass a traditional Japanese-style door. Gangle. We pass a door that's half blue and half red. Pomni. We pass a dark door with black and yellow caution tape crisscrossing it. Me. We pass a door that looks like it belongs in a ranch-style home. Or Agatha. We pass a sleek door. There's so much description. Zubo. And come to the hallway for a plain wood door with a brass nameplate listing my name. Oh, okay. Oh, it's not Kinger. I guess Kinger technically is a teacher, so I guess he would be somewhere else. So I guess that's just our door. Yeah, finding a plain wood door with a brass nameplate listing my name. This must be you. I stand there in stunned disappointment. Are you going in, or...? He looks sort of annoyed I haven't opened the door yet. I twist the handle to open the bland door into... a generic, background. Generic visual novel background of a room. An equally bland room. A gray mattress sits atop a wooden bed frame with plain plain white pillows rather. A dark green comforter, I can't say that word for some reason. A dark green comforter with the school emblem on it has been neatly folded. In the back right corner, a beat-up metal desk sits with a computer that looks almost as old as a desk. A neat stack of papers and a set of black pens and pencils have also been provided. Wow, pretty boring. I try to look around the room for anything to dispute these words, but come up empty. He walks to the center of the room and looks around the plain interior. Not beating the NPC allegations with this one. Huh? NPC? You think Kane would have put a movie poster or something up? Guess he thinks you're boring, huh, Abel? No, I'm sure my parents just... Jax has stopped listening by this point and striding out of my room. What a waste of time. Wait, Jax, aren't you gonna say good... Jax slams the door in the middle of my sentence. Night? I give up on my expectations I have for Jax being polite. Even if he skipped out on saying goodbye for the day, I feel like I might be making connection with Jax. It's a very tenuous persona social link. Maybe. I lay down on my bed, defeated by the day. It doesn't take long for me to drift to sleep. It doesn't feel like I was sleeping long when the lights in my room flash on, as if overridden by some remote console. The room to my dorm flies open as confetti sprays from the fire sprinkler. Does that violate some sort of building safety code? Hello, my darling toy box characters! Principal Kane announces for what sounds like the hallway. Oh well, time to investigate. Kane, what the bleep? What's the sound like bloop? What the bleep? Are you trying to pull this late at night? Ah, Zubo. His laugh is fast, forced, and manic, as if he's used to this treatment but none too pleased by it. You're lucky I even let you get sleep. Then he blurts out in a harsh monotone before recovering his cheery demeanor. I'm here because even if the culture fair are pulling in new viewers, we're still not hitting the numbers that the Academy needs us to. Which is why I've secured us a sponsorship. He stretches out the last word, using some sort of effect to apply an ethereal reverb to his words. Okay, so secure us a sponsorship. I guess that's what he said. Which is, yeah. Oh, oops, I keep pressing the wrong button. Yeah, there we go. Without further ado, I introduce you all to... A drum roll plays from somewhere in the background. Ragatha looks a little more awake, but the rest of us are still trying to shake off sleep to understand what exactly Principal Kane is talking about. The Wacky Watch! You see, the vendors for Wacky Watch have been having trouble finding a good audience for their product. But now we have the perfect setting, teen drama. But we're adults. I'm actually... Now, Gango, I know this is a lot to take in, which is why I've already taken the liberty of fixing a wacky watch to each of your wrists. Each of us glanced down. To my shock, the watch is already on my wrist. How did it get there? Also, wacky watch. I mean, that's literally a reference to kind of like an outside element of the digital circus. I don't know if they ever mentioned it like in the circus, but wacky watch. It's like a website, actually. It's literally a website. Though I don't know if it's playing anything right now. Yeah, I don't think there's anything here. It used to have, like, depending on when the episodes came out, there were like certain things that would show on this website. You know, it's kind of like a weird like ARG thing. It's not that ARG, it's just like a little like, you know, marketing thing. You know, for example, there was an episode where like I missed it though. Like I didn't get to participate in any of it, but like there's the episode where like you can vote for your favorite characters and everything. They could do that. But like, I don't think it played a role in the actual animation though. You know, the actual episode didn't really show the user submitted votes at all. But oh well. Anyway, but yeah, to my shock, I have a watch on my wrist. What in the? That's funny. That's the line she says in the pilot. What in the? And don't try removing them either. They've been affixed to your wrist with a very special adhesive. And if you do try to remove them, let's just say they'll be taking a little piece of you with them. You know, just like in a death game. Have you ever heard of Danganronpa? Actually, is it Danganronpa? I can't remember which one it was. Or is it 999? I can't remember. It's one of the death game things. And like everyone has like a bomb, you know, and then if you do something, you explode or something. I don't know. I can hear Gango beginning to whine as panic sets in. Pomni tugs at her wacky watch, but no matter how hard she tugs, the wristwatch stays affixed. The gloves stretching like a rubber band as she pulls at the watch. Alright, was it 999? Yeah, it's a 999. And then if you try to like, I don't know, do something wrong, if you go to the wrong door or something and your watch explodes, you know, that's what happens. Regular just looks down with a resigned sigh. Kane, I can't remove the arm with a wacky watch. What the? Principal Kane ignores our complaints as he continues his monologue. You see, my turtle doves, in order to secure the funding we need to make it to day 5 and the culture fair, I need you wearing the wacky watches at all times. Luckily, I secured a deal where I won't need all of you to do ad reads, but it is of paramount importance that none of you insult or try to disable your wacky watches. Good luck with school life. Can't wait to see what you do at the culture fair. Bye! He stretches out the last syllable as his body folds in on itself in an infinite number of times, disappearing from sight. Well, I know it isn't ideal, but at least we can all talk to each other now. Should make communicating about the culture fair easier. With the sound of breaking glass, Gango's comedy mask shatters and falls from her face. Tears well up in her eyes. I don't want a wacky watch. Seeing the situation unfolding before her, Pomni pipes up. We need to abandon the idea of... I always remember that line, you know? That line from, I guess, the second last episode. We need to abandon the idea. You know, she always says that we need to abandon the idea of leaving the circus. You know, I think we need to abandon... Because people have been memeing about that, you know? I think we need to abandon the idea of I don't know what's a good, like, meme, like... Guys, I think we need to abandon the idea of a PC port to Bloodborne, you know, or something like that. You know, people always use that line. Anyway, well, I think it could be useful. And look, Gango, there's even a picture chat function where you can send people things you draw. Pomni goes over to Gango, lifting her wrist and pointing out the picture chat feature. That is kind of nice. Gango sniffles. Yeah, that's a spirit, Pomni. Now let's all get some sleep before we start classes again tomorrow. Everyone's door closes. I heard a muffled shout from Jax's door. What the heck? Why is there a watch stuck to my arm? Yeah, he didn't go out. He was just like in his room. I decide to hide in my room before Jax looks for someone to take out his frustration on. I flick my dorm light as I close my door. I check my wacky watch. I got a text from Jax. He has set his avatar to a picture of himself flipping off the camera. Okay. What the heck is up with this stupid watch? Why can't I take it off? I did not consent to this. I laugh. That sounds like the Jax I know. You didn't miss much of my default Facebook picture, or is it Facebook, or is it YouTube? I don't remember. This is just default, I guess. Apparently, Principal Kane took a sponsorship from Wacky Watch to keep the school open or something. And now they're physically stuck on us. You know, that's just a thing we just, you know, there's this thing where we assume parents will pick us up and everything. We just assume everything is normal, but then this whole thing with the Wacky Watch just suddenly, like, appears on our wrist. We just take that in stride. Oh yeah, the fact that Kane also, like, folded in on himself, like, an infinite amount of time and just teleported, you know, that's just normal, I guess. They really are. This sucks. Yeah, but at least we can text each other whenever we want, right? I guess. Emoji. Hope you sleep well tonight, even though Kane stuck these Wacky Watches on us. I wait several minutes for a response, but nothing. I begin to pull the sheets over my head when the Wacky Watch buzzes for another text from Jax. Whatever. Nighty-night, new kid. Don't let the centipedes bite. As I get to sleep, I cherish the bond that Jax and I have built today. I can't wait to find out what sort of trouble we can get in tomorrow. As I do the Jax route. You know, I don't know. I feel like in this dating sim, it's gonna get romantic. You know, we're gonna be making out with Jax at some point. I feel like, I don't know. Even though I'll be honest, I would enjoy the story more if we weren't making out with Jax. Like, I don't want to see Jax as a romanceable target. I want to see more of him like, I don't know, like a partner in crime or something. You know, like he just terrorizes everyone, and I'm just his minion. You know, that'd be kind of fun. But, like, I don't know. Inevitably, it's just gonna be smooching him. I don't know. It's gonna be yaoi. It's gonna be Gangel's Fujoshi fantasy. And I'm gonna have to read some cringe lines. You know, that's partly why I don't like dating sim, you know, because especially streaming them, because eventually it's gonna turn cheesy, and we're gonna be like, oh, I look into his eyes and we fall in love, smooch smooch, and it's like, ugh, cringe. Anyway, I yawn as I wake in my room. The clock on my Wacky Watch says it's morning, but the only way I can tell is from the sliver of sunlight peeking from under my door. But, you know, again, that's not to say I don't hate romance. I just don't like cheesy romance, you know? I like it when it's, again, toxic. I mean, basically, what I'm trying to say is, like, I like the coffin of Andy and Lily, you know, basically. Is it Lele? Lily? I forgot how am I supposed to pronounce it. Lele, right? Lele? Ashley? Yeah, because I said it Lily in the beginning because of Ashley, but, like, it's Lele, actually. So, the coffin of Andy and Lele, you know? I really want, like, if I have to play, like, a dating sim, and the characters fall in love, for one, I don't like self-insert, you know, so I'd rather it be third person, for one. But also, like, it has to end with, like, a suicide pact, you know? I don't know, is it just me? It's more interesting, though. It has to end with, like, doomed Yuri, you know? Doomed / toxic Yuri / yaoi. It could even be hetero. I mean, that's why I like Funny Bunny, you know? I mean, Funny Bunny to me is, like, basically toxic yaoi / Yuri, but, like, it's not yaoi Yuri because it's not, you know, it's not that at all. It's actually just hetero slop, you know? In fact, the show even calls it out for, you know? It's like, isn't that what Jack says? He says, like, at some point he says, like, and that's what the audience wants, you know? A straight couple, right? That's what he says, I remember. But, you know, that doesn't, the sexual orientation doesn't matter that much to me. It's more so the toxicity, right? That's what I want, you know? Anyway. I get NPC zoned. Oh no. I mean, well, I don't know, actually. I don't know. There have been some hints, actually. I think there's some hints so far from the dialogue that Jax knows that we're just an NPC, right? So I feel like the friction here, funnily enough, is him maybe feeling attached to an NPC, even though he treats everything like a game. I mean, that's kind of interesting. I don't know if this visual novel dating sim will go too deep, but, like, it's an interesting concept, I guess. because we never actually see him like do that actually. Because most of the time he just murders the NPCs, right? Like he doesn't give a shit. He just kills everyone. If it's NPC, I mean, even when it's not an NPC, he's just like, oh, I don't care. I'm Jax. I don't care about you or anyone else in the circus. You know, basically. I slide my school-issued pajamas off and look in the closet. Yaoi like Sahite Station, right? You know, I think there's DLC for Sahite Station, but like you can't stream it. You know, at least, well, you're not supposed to anyway. And isn't there like another game that was made by the developer, but it was like banned on Steam or something, so you can't buy it on Steam, something like that. I don't know where else you would get it though. And I think it's also some explicit elements. I'm not sure actually. I forget what it's called. What's it called? I don't know what the game is called. What's the game called? Sahite Station developer is Viv game. Was this one? No, that's not it. Oh yeah, this one. Let's see. Display capture. I'm looking at this. The game is not real. Oh yeah, some spin-off games. Yeah, this one. This game is not real. Apparently it was on Steam, but then it was banned, supposedly. Like, it was taken out of Steam. And you can only get it from a DL site or something? And apparently there's R18 scenes. So there's, I'm assuming, porn. I don't know. Maybe? It's another, like, Timber situation. You know Timber, what's it called? When Nom Nom Nami? The Timber one? What's it called again? Timber Nom Nom Nami. Yeah, Night with Timber. It's another Night with Timber situation, I feel like. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, it seems like something I would like. But again, like, can't buy it on Steam. Why would you buy it? I mean, it's $5 I guess. But this is just the demo, right? Yeah, this is just the demo. Can you buy it from Itch.io? Anyway. Boop. A series of perfectly pressed school uniforms are there with a little tag on the sleeve on the nearest one. I take a closer look. Looks like Kane left me a note. Hi, Abel. This is Principal Kane. As part of your stay at our lovely academy, you've been provided a set of uniforms free of charge. The price of your dorm is also included in your tuition payment. Looks like you and Jax have been spending time together and everyone's talking. That sort of drama-seeking, desperate mismatch energy is exactly what we need to keep our studio audience engaged. Remember, if Jax pushes you away, it's just because he wants you to try even harder. He's just this thing called tsundere. Do you know what a tsundere is? It's an anime trope. As I pulled my uniform over my wacky watch, I glanced down on it. I have a text from Jax. You headed to school yet? I'm losing my Jax voice. Not that I had a Jax voice in the first place, but I'm losing my Jax voice. Okay, Jax. I gotta think like Jax. I gotta be smug. I gotta be annoying asshole. You know, I gotta be very insecure about my masculinity. You headed to school yet? No, I'm sorry. I guess I still can't do it. Also losing my voice a little bit. I don't know why. Here's some more water. I don't know. You headed to school yet? I spy Jax as I stumble out of my door, still slipping my foot into my shoe. Jax, wait up. You wanted to walk to school together, right? Jax looks up from his watch, pausing for a moment. Also, how do you, like, text on your wacky watch? How big is a wacky watch? You know, is it like a keyboard? What? He notices me. Oh, it's you. He's doing a great job of hiding how excited he must be to walk to school with me. Yep, I'm ready to walk to school with you. Jack looks confused for a moment before slowing down. I don't remember saying I was gonna walk to school with you, but whatever. He waits as I catch up with him. What's going on? What's on the agenda for today? Huh? Are we gonna pull another epic prank today? Jack shrugs. I haven't thought that far ahead yet. I'll come up with something. We step out into the crisp early autumn air. What about you, new kid? Got any plans for today? Well, I was thinking about working on the culture fair project that Principal Kane asked us to do. I trail off as Jack shoots me a sharp look. That was the wrong thing to say, even though I did not have a dialogue option. But that's stupid, so I was gonna help with whatever you want to do today. Jack's smirk is back and as wide as ever. Careful, new kid. Keep hanging out with me and the rest of class will really hate you. Oop. We get to the school entrance just as the last bell rings. Jax turns to me as I start to follow him up on the main stairway to class. If you're really cool, you'll go to the cafeteria and bring me something for breakfast. I don't want to be late to homeroom. I think to complain about how I'll be late if I get Jack's breakfast. Get me something like an omelet and a bottle of orange juice. Well, at this point he told me his order. It'll be rude not to go. Okay, now we're just being his freaking, what's the word? I was saying jockey? Is that the right word? I don't know. Like, you know, I'm being his, like, butler, you know? Golfer, right? Golfer. I don't know why I thought jockey. Jockey, chicken jockey? Chicken jockey. No. Yeah, actually, speaking of the movie, I was afraid there was going to be a chicken jockey moment in the theater, but good thing there wasn't. I don't know. I guess Digital Circus is not that, like that popular, like Minecraft popular, where like there'll be a chicken jockey moment. I don't know. I step into the cafeteria to see a crowd of students at the various breakfast places. Evidently, none of the other students here care about being late. By the time I get to the front of the line, I'm already 30 minutes late to class. That's weird. It's like there's other NPCs just here. One omelet, please, and orange juice. The staff member behind the counter tells me the price. But that's all my money for lunch.
Sorry, kid. No money, no omelet. There's NPC.
I don't get this stupid omelet, but I'd just be going to class late and empty-handed if I don't say yes. Okay, get me the omelet. It takes a bit longer for them to make an omelet, but I eventually collect my orange juice and omelet before heading to the homeroom. And that's where we get the English phrase, raining cats and... Mr. Kinger turns to me. Abel, nice of you to join us. His enthusiasm seems genuine. Ragatha gives me a concerned look. Did Jax make you bring him that omelet? Oh, real nice, Raggy. So because the new kid wants to get my good side, I made him do it? Time to clear things up. I guess I have to be... You know, it'd be funny if you just become a people pleaser so much that Jax hates you. Because that's literally what Ragatha did. But sure, I mean, I feel like I gotta pick the right options, right? Even though I don't like it. I'm gonna say, I did this on my own. See, Dollface? New kid wanted to bring me breakfast. That isn't, I mean... Ragatha turns to me. Try not to be late to class, please. Whatever. She looks hurt by my response, but Jax is smiling. Jax pats the seat next to him, discreetly taking my breakfast from me. After a few minutes, Ragatha spots Jax eating the omelet and wheels on us. See? She raises a hand. Kenyor, Abel said they brought lunch for themselves, but Jax is eating it. Who's eating Jax? He seems genuinely panicked by the prospect. Jax is eating. I mean, Abel brought breakfast, and now Jax is... Mr. Kinger turns around. Abel isn't eating Jax, Ragatha. Everything is fine. He gives her a reassuring smile. Ragatha sputters for a few moments before sulking, burying her face in her arms as she leans forward on her desk. Never mind. I give up. She groans into her arms. Jax and I share a conspiratorial grin. The lunch bell rings, dismissing the class, and I make my way to the lunchroom. I don't know, I feel like there's all these options to like fail, basically, right? But like, there's probably like dialogue written for those failed scenes. I wonder what they are, right? But I feel like if you pick them, you just lose, so I don't know. As I'm exiting the lunchroom with my tray, I spot Jax. He's eyeing Gango like a lion stalking its prey when I catch up to him. Or like a bunny stalking its... carrot? I spent a few moments racking my brain for something that might be hunted... Or, I can't breathe. I spent a few moments racking my brain for something that might be hunted by a bunny before Jax notices me. Oh, new kid, good. I think you can help me out. can you keep Gango busy for a little bit? I want to try something funny. I nod. I walk up to Gango to like psychologically manipulate her by like distracting her before she gets epically pranked by a purple bunny. So, anime, huh? What? She looks genuinely confused, which makes sense as one of the first few times I ever talked to her. Luckily, I'm a master of subversion. You know, anime, anime. It's the happening thing. It's hard to be this cool. I guess. She must be intimidated by my charisma and looks. Time to dial it back a little. Yeah, if you say so. I mean, I think it's cool. Have you ever heard of Igarashi no Nakokoro ni? Honestly, I didn't expect that from you, Abel. Well, if you want to talk about anime, I guess I have a moment. She smiles at me, an attempt to disarm me that won't work. Which anime do you like? The cool ones. Like, I don't know, what's another one that I watched when I was a kid? Suzuma Haruhi no Yutsu, She called my bluff, red alert. Well, I know my anime. See, this is why I don't like self-insert dating sims, because the protagonist is made to be as generic as possible and doesn't have my personality, Even though I get the whole point of a dating sim is you're supposed to self-insert. It's like you're in the dating sim and you're dating people, right? But like, I always feel this disconnect because, ironically, the protagonist doesn't have my personality, So like, it doesn't know the things I know. So like, it never feels right, Anyway, the cool ones. I stumble over my words for a second. I don't know, what's some anime? To be honest, I haven't really watched anime that often recently. To me, it's been replaced by the Amazing Digital Circus for one. For a bit. I watched The Boys, on Amazon Prime and everything. I watched the whole thing, watched the finale and everything. I gotta say, the finale of The Boys, not as good as The Amazing Digital Circus, is all I'm saying. I don't know. I haven't really watched anime that often recently, to be, I don't know. I'm such a big weeb though, but like, I feel like it's for older anime. Because there's all these like newfangled animes, but I don't really watch them. Like there's like JJK, I didn't watch that. My Hero Academia, I don't watch that. Those are too new. Those are too zoomer for me. I feel like. The Summer Hikaru died. All right, isn't that yaoi? I think I put that on my watch list because I've heard that it's good. The Summer Hikaru died. I think it's it was a manga initially, right? I was gonna watch this actually, or read it rather. I was actually gonna read it rather, but apparently an anime came out, so it's like, yeah. Apparently it's interesting. Apparently it's like there's horror elements to it as well. That's right here, So like that's what's interesting to me. It's not the yaoi necessarily, I mean, yaoi, it doesn't really matter. Give or take, it doesn't really matter to me. But like, to me, what's more interesting is interesting story. Oh yeah, Takabi. Oh yeah, this is. Well, I didn't watch the anime yet. I read the manga though. Now this is probably something the most recent thing I ever really liked in terms of like anime adjacent thing. And technically into manga, I read the manga, but again, I imagine the anime is probably just as good. Because it says here 9.8. I don't know, is random Instagram it says 9.8. I don't know. Anyway, but Takapi's Original Sin, I would recommend at least the manga, because it's definitely up there with something that I like. I don't know. It's like, again, it's seemingly, it even has Takopi, this freaking octopus thing. It's such a reference to like Doraemon, like a random like mascot character that shows up and he's gonna fix everything. We're gonna have a great time. And the actual show is like depressing. It's like there's themes of suicide, bullying, social isolation, mental illness, abuse. You know, it's like just like the Amazing Digital Circus. You know, it's a very similar theme here. There's a very, very particular story that I like, and like it's gotta be something like this. Anyway, well, I like this. I like Takapi's original sin. Do you know Takapi's original sin? Gangle? Do you know about the based anime? You know, I don't know. Ilias MHA is good. Yeah, I don't know. I heard My Hero Academia is good. I mean, I like the character designs, I guess. They're kind of like cool looking. I don't know, but I never really watched it. It's one of those like shonen things, you know? It's like a shonen, and it's like I just can't really get into shonen these days. You know, I already got into the original shonen. It was called Dragon Ball Z, you know? Have you ever heard of Dragon Ball Z? Because I did my time, you know? I watched Dragon Ball Z when I was a child. I really liked it and everything, obviously, because you're very impressionable when you're young. You know, I watched my Bleach. I watched a little bit of Naruto. I never really finished most of them, though. I never finished Bleach. I never finished Naruto. But I watched it, and I liked it enough. But I don't know, these days, shonen just doesn't do it for me anymore, you know? It has to have some kind of subversion to it, like One Punch Man. You know, One Punch Man I really like. Because One Punch Man is very similar, right? Because My Hero Academia, One Punch Man, it's like this hero thing, right? Invincible, you know, it's not an anime, but like it's very similar. Invincible, I like because it is subversion to that whole genre, like the whole shonen hero genre thing. You know, it's there gotta be some kind of subversion to it, some kind of twist, you know? I don't know. Otherwise, I just can't get into it, you know? Anyway, how about you tell me about the ones you like, Gangle? What's your favorite anime? Oh, don't get me started. I like Yo-Yo Hachikoko, Quad Gun, Uzumaki Ninja, Inuyasha. Well, obviously this is Yu Yu Hakusho. Never watched Yu Yu Hakusho. Yeah, I just never watched it. I never watched it. Trigun. I actually did watch a little bit. I think it was just on TV actually. Literally like an English dub TV, right? Because there's like a phase to it. You know, initially when you watch anime, it's all English dubbed on TV, right? But then later you just go watch it on the computer instead. You know, let's just say you sail the 7 seas, you know? Uzumaki Ninja obviously is Naruto. Inuyasha, I did actually watch a lot of Inuyasha. Again, on TV actually. I think at some point like there was supposed to be a finale, but I never got to watch it because for some reason it was delayed or something. I can't remember what it was. But I know about Inuyasha, you know? Sit boy, remember the good old times? Anyway, well, I know about these animes. In terms of her taste though, I mean it's alright. Respectable. I keep nodding and smiling as Jack sneaks up behind Gangle, a shop vac in hand and a dark grin on his face. He's just about to press the power button when... Is that Zubo? And they're holding a corn cob. Jax's eyes fly wide as he notices them, stepping back slowly but tripping over the shop vac. The lid goes flying as my poor companion trips over it, thus kicking his entire body. Well, his weakness, corn. Zubo! Gangle turns around to see what the commotion is, and I rush to Jax's side. Leave Gangle alone, or this won't be the last time you see a corn cob in an unwelcome location. Jax is still spluttering, covered in dust. He and himself has come out of his office to see what the chaos is about. What's going on here? You, Abel, tell me what happened. Well, obviously we're gonna have to betray Zubo and be on Jax's side. Jax is walking around when Zubo attacked him with the shop vac. What the heck? Why would Zubo do this? Why would Zubo do this? How could they do this? Jax looks confused for a moment, but then grins as he realizes I'm getting us both out of this. Yeah, that's right. I was trying to clean and Zubo over here attacked me. Are you seriously implying Now, Zubo, you really should be harassing the cleaning staff. Jax here asked me earlier if you could use the shop vac to clean the tops of the lockers. I was surprised but impressed by his go-getter attitude. Shame on you for disrupting his cleaning activities. Kane, that's not what... Chop chop, Zubo. You're coming to my office while I decide what to do with you. Because I put you through a torture sequence. With millions of body parts surrounding you everywhere. And mirrors. You know, displaying how utterly foolish your trauma is. No, or maybe not trauma. What do you call it? Dysphoria? In the meantime, Bubble. He claps his hands. Bubble manifests out of seemingly nowhere. What's up? Clean this up. Okay. Bubble opens his mouth, extending an unnaturally large tongue as he begins to lick up the dust from the shop vac. Disgusting. I mean, he does that in the pilot as well, with Pommy's vomit, but at least the vomit was like not realistic looking. Now I'm just thinking about real dust. It's like gross. Kane stands there, his jaw agape. Why are you like this? You know. By this point, Gango has made herself scarce, and Zubo is stomping off to the principal's office. As you were, Jackson Abel. We make ourselves scarce as well, heading to the school entrance as the bell rings. Well, that was a bust. But at least we got Zubo put away. Hey Jax, what happened back there? What are you talking about? He gives me a confused look. The corn thing? Don't know what you're talking about. He tries to keep walking. Oh no, Jax, you're not getting away that easily. I grabbed a small corn cob off my lunch tray and put it at him. His eyes widened. His eyes widened. Put that down. I smirk. Huh, you are scared. He ducks his head, looking to see if anyone is in earshot around us before addressing me. Fine, yeah. I don't like corn. The seemingly unflappable Jax has been flapped. Yes. Still, he's obviously uncomfortable, so I toss the corn into the nearest trash bin. So, what is it with corn? Do you not like the color yellow? I mean, your teeth is yellow. Your eyes. I can't fully stifle my laughter at the thought of someone like Jax being afraid of corn. I'm gonna laugh at your insecurity. That totally won't do anything. He hears me and gives me an annoyed look. My gloves are yellow, new kid. Good point. Oh yeah, his gloves. Actually, not the first thing I noticed. What is it then? He waits until we're significantly away from the other students before answering me. All the little kernels are just... ugh. He gives me a revolted expression before smirking. I don't think you have the upper hand just because you know that about me, new kid. I'll find out what bugs you. I shrug, trying to play it cool like him. Nothing scares me. Jax grins at me. I don't buy that for a second. Don't worry, I'll find out. A gulp? You do a lot of gulping? Anyways, new kid, heading back to the dorms. Yeah, I don't have anything else to do today. Cool, me too. I stand awkward for a moment before going for it. Do you want to walk back together? He raises his eyebrow at me before returning his normal demeanor. Yeah, why not, Abel? You said my name. Huh? I guess I did. New kid is so, I don't know, cumbersome anyway. I was just screwing with you. I know, I just like hearing you say my name. Say my name. What was it in Breaking Bad? I forget. It's on the tip of my tongue. You know, he has the pseudonym. You know, Walter White has a pseudonym. It is... he puts on a hat. Why am I blanking on it? I'm the danger, you know? I'm the one who knocks. Heisenberg, right, Heisenberg. It's like a reference, I think, to like... a scientist, I want to say? Is that scientist, I think? I don't know, anyway. You're goddamn right. No, Jax gives me a pointed look. You made it weird, new kid. Jax sighs. But hey, you can at least distract people. So you're not entirely useless to me. So I guess I'll keep you company on the way back, since nobody else will. Yep, that's for sure after today. We make our way back to the dorms. The chill air causes a shiver and run for the entrance. Ah, yes. You know, it's like we're making best friends with like the most unpopular guy in school who's like a mega incel Nazi. You know, basically. This is what this relationship is. Somehow, we're just hanging out with that guy. Why? I don't know. He must be hot, I guess. He just must be incredibly hot. Anyway. I mean, who is Heisenberg? Let me see. I'm pretty sure it's a reference to like a real life Heisenberg, right? Heisenberg. Werner Heisenberg, a German theoretical physicist. Ah, yes. That's who he is. It's funny, like the third image here is Walter White, of course. I'm the one who knocks. Skylar. Arr. Anyway, did I save? Let's save again. Because, you know why? Because it's been more than 2 hours, actually. And I need to go to the washroom. Take a quick break. Maybe grab a snack. I don't know. But either way, I'll be back after a few minutes and then continue the amazing digital dating sim, Jack's Route. Again, like, I don't know how long it is. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to finish it. Do I need to finish it? I don't know. I guess we'll see. Because I think I'm playing something else tomorrow. But I don't know. I mean, so far, I like the Amazing Joe Circus. So like, as a fan, I just like the Easter eggs. You know, the little references, obviously, into the show and everything. So I like that part. So, you know, I don't know. At the very least, I like to finish like one route, if I can, assuming there's like a full game. I'm not sure. Anyway, but yeah, I think I'll leave it here. You know, I'm tempted to play the Digital Circus OST, but I don't know if that's copyrighted. You know, I don't know if I should. I also wonder if this music is copyrighted. I know. I feel like generic music is always got. I always get the copyright claim when I leave on a BRB and then the music plays for a long time, and the YouTube algorithms be like, "Oh, this is copyrighted. Can't play that." You know. Anyway, so I think what I'll do is, yeah, I don't know. I'm also paranoid. Usually, it's not a big deal. It's just, what if it actually kind of like does something? So I'm just gonna play my YouTube public, like not public. What do you call it? YouTube copyright-free music provided by YouTube. You know, so like I can guarantee not getting copyright claim. Human construction site. What do you mean? The noises of like a jackhammer? I'm not sure. Or is that like a show or something? Well, anyway, I'll be right back though. So I'm just gonna play some music, and I'll be RB after a few minutes, and continue playing this game. All right. All right. Music, and then unmute the game. Human construction site is a game. Let me see. Oh, that's not it. Construction site. Multi-ending survival game. 25 days ago. No generative AI was used. You know, you gotta put that there, even though there's no way to prove it. Maybe. It's another good old RPG Maker game. You know, isn't there like a new RPG Maker like engine? What's the RPG Maker engine? It's like 2.5D or something. Yeah, you can like make an RPG Maker game like this now, which is interesting. I wonder, I don't know. I wonder how people would use this. I mean, it seems kind of cool. I know some people don't like the 2.5D look, and to be honest, I haven't really played a lot of 2.5D games. But like, just from first impressions, it does seem impressive, so I don't know. So instead of this, well, that's not RPG Maker, but you know. Instead of like generic RPG Maker game, maybe it'll look somewhat more cool now because it's 2.5D now. Guess we'll see. Maybe. I have to bookmark this, even though I don't really use this account to like bookmark stuff. I actually have another like account I use. Like when I bookmark like games I want to try out or like look into, I always do it on my other account. You know, I always do my investigation on my other like personal account. So when I bookmark it here, like I have to go back later. But anyway, I don't know. Maybe. Who is this person anyway? Did they make anything else? Only thing that I've ever done otherwise, at least on Itch.io anyway, is a roguelike, you know? I don't know. I don't know, actually. Why is this like multiple people? Why is that multiple games? No, anyway. What's very important? You know what's so important for an RPG Maker game? How old, you know, is the writer / developer, who's usually the writer as well. Because if they're, again, I play a lot of issue games, and like what I've noticed is that actually there's a lot of young developers, and you know what separates what I like about a particular like indie RPG Maker game or not, or even just a visual novel, is well the writing. And like, not always the case. Sometimes they just have a writing style that I don't really like that much, but that's just me. But I swear, like sometimes it just turns out they're just really young, you know, so therefore they're writing a story that it's just, I just find not that relatable, right? It's why it's not the same thing, but like, but I think that's why I really relate to the Amazing Digital Circus. I don't know, because the actual writer is not 12 years old, you know, despite their fandom, or you know, like a lot of their fans being 12 years old. The writer is not 12 years old. I mean, how old is Gooseworks? I don't know. They're like, does anyone? It's funny that you can just look up someone's age on your name. They're like, at least if they're famous enough. They're like 31 years old. I mean, she's around my age, so like basically that's probably why. Probably why I like the Digital Circus so much. You know, it might be ages to say, but like I swear, the things that the type of stories that I would like, usually the writer has to be around your age, I feel like, right? Because then the right things, for one, they're like relatable to you, but also they make references, right? They tend to make references that you would only get if you were of a certain age, right? Of that particular time, I swear. I feel like that's part of it too, you know? And I swear, like a lot of like younger people, they make references to things that I just don't get. So like it really loses me a lot, right? And things that like just not, I don't know, that I can't really get into because they're just writing about things that are just from a completely different perspective. And it really has a lot to do with age, I feel like. I don't know. Maybe not. It depends on the story, I guess, right? Anyway, but let's get back to the amazing digital dating simulator. Well, everyone is a dating sim. It's crazy. We make our way back to the dorms. The chill air causes a shiver and run from the edges. All right, we're walking home with Jax, I guess. The one friend that you're not supposed to be friends with, I feel like. You know? Well, I mean, I shouldn't say it. You know, a thought came out in my mind, but like, maybe I shouldn't say. Is this insensitive to say? Am I? Well, I mean, I'm a nobody on the internet. I can't get canceled. But like, I was gonna say like it's like making friends of like a potential school shooter. Okay? You know? Is that bad to say? I don't know. Maybe that's bad to say. But I don't know, he has that kind of vibe, okay? Like, like he's very antisocial. He hates everyone. I don't know. Maybe not to that degree, but like, I don't know. It's like that. It's that kind of relationship right now. You know? It's like... Anyway, as we reach the building, we're both out of breath. Kane in these dumb uniforms. He mutters between breaths. I shiver. I go for hot tea or hot chocolate right now. I rub my hands together as I make my way up the stairs to my dorm. It's too bad I don't have a kettle or anything. Actually, well, I was gonna say, I personally, again, another disconnect with the self-insert, you know, in the game with me, because I don't like hot drinks. Even on a cold day, I don't like hot drinks. I don't know. I just don't like hot drinks. Every time I try it, I was like, I just never like it. I try coffee, I try tea, I try different flavors. I don't know. I never like hot drinks. I think for one, it's like it's too hot, you know, when you first make it, so you can't really drink it right away. That's annoying to me. I don't know. But then when you try drinking, it's like, a little bit too hot, a little bit too hot. Okay, finally it's warm, but then by the time it's warm, it doesn't taste good to me. I don't know. I prefer cold drinks, personally. Anyway, I think aloud. Jax looks at me. You know, there's a... I'm saying that now. Okay, also, I've lost my... Again, I keep losing my Jax impression, my horrible, like, 2 out of 10, like, 5er Jax impression, but, like, you know, there's a kitchen or, you know, I keep saying that wrong. You know, there's a kitchen and a lounge, right? It has, like, everything you just mentioned. I blink at the Jax. I blink at the Jax? What do you mean I blink at the Jax? I blink at Jax. You didn't know that? You'd be lost without me, Abel. It's kind of embarrassing. He keeps doing that. He keeps doing the thing back in episode, what was it? Episode 6, I want to say? Is it 6 or 5? I want 6, right? Episode 6? When he has that adventure with Pomni, you know, the guns. It's kind of cringe. You know, he says that it's kind of cringe. Kind of embarrassing. He motions for me to follow him. I've asked for him to show me, but I can't lie. I appreciate his help as he leads me down the staircase. It's a pretty nice lounge, all things considered. I make my way to the kitchenette. The cupboard down there has the tea or whatever else. He points at a lower cabinet before throwing himself at one of the couches. I open the cabinet to see an assortment of different teas and drink mixes. I look for one to try. As I'm rooting around under the cupboard, I peek around the lounge. To my surprise, Jax is still hanging out here and hasn't left for his room yet. I decide not to question it and just enjoy the shared moment. Should I make you some tea or something? Jax looks over at me from the couch. I expect a quip or some smart remark, but instead he simply shrugs. Sure, I'll take a coffee. Black. I nod. I make myself some tea, and once I'm done, I make a coffee for Jax. I can't help but feel a little happy to be spending time with Jax in a more casual environment. For his part, Jax seems more relaxed too. Or maybe he's just tired. Too tired to pick on anybody. It's a nice moment. I finish up and start bringing the drinks over. As I carry the drinks over, I notice Jax has been weirdly quiet. I go over to the couch and check up on him. Sure enough, he's fallen asleep. I can't help but stare for a moment. Is this fan service? Is this supposed to be fan service? Takes off his jacket. Okay. I guess it takes a lot of energy to terrorize your classmates all day, you know? It's a hard job. But it's honest work, I guess now. He looks so peaceful. I end up so caught in my own thoughts that I end up tripping over my own feet, dropping drinks all over the wooden floor. Oh, beep! I'm sorry, I tripped and spilled everything. I try to explain myself, tea and coffee running down the front of my shirt. You know, isn't the coffee like scalding hot? That reminds me of the McDonald's lawsuit, you know? And how the lady literally went to the hospital because of scalding hot coffee that fell on her lap. And there was the biggest thing is that there was a smear campaign by McDonald's to make her seem like, you know, like an idiot, to like make her lose the lawsuit. But like in the end, she did win, and then all she was asking for was to get her like surgery paid for, right? Because the really hot, unsafe, scalding hot coffee burned her skin off, you know. Anyway, Jax has a hand on his head, still a little groggy from his cat nap, or would it be a bunny nap? He looks down at me as I start picking up the broken pieces of the mugs. Wow, Abel, you can't make tea or coffee without messing up. He chuckles, slow clapping. Yeah. I rubbed the back of my neck, embarrassed. Is there a mop or anything like that here? I feel bad leaving a mess. Well, I feel bad about it. Just don't bother cleaning it up. But what if someone slips and falls? Then that would be pretty funny, right? I pick myself off the floor, determined to find a mop or rag or something to clean up the mess I made. Yeah, I would disagree. I would clean up the mess only because I just don't like making a mess. I don't like leaving something messy. I don't know, that just irks me. To be honest, the first thought wouldn't be that someone else would get hurt. My first thought would be like, ew, that's a mess. You know, I want to clean it up. Because I don't want to like leave a dirty mess on the floor. It'd be annoying. Like, what if I have to come back later, you know, and it's still there because no one cleaned it up, you know? I see what looks like a closet. The door is slightly ajar on the opposite side of the lounge. Maybe there's a mop in there? Ah yes, tissues, toilet paper, wipes. Jax watches me annoyed as I open the door and look around the closet. It's roomier than expected. So cramped though. I see some cleaning supplies. I'm definitely in the right area. I rummage around a bit, not noticing Jax approach the entrance of the closet, his arms crossed. It's above you? He eventually pipes up, pointing to the top shelf after watching me struggle. Huh? Oh. On the top shelf, a mop sits tucked behind some boxes. Who stores a mop like that? Yeah, who does that? I try to reach for it, but it's pretty hard to get a grasp on it. Tucked behind all this junk, I continue to struggle before Jax walks past me, taking pity on me. He rolls his eyes as he steps past me. I can't watch this anymore. Move. He enters the closet, the door closing behind him as he reaches over to grab the mop out from behind the boxes. Here. I really do feel like this is a freaking... I feel like we're like a Pomni XP, you know? Is that what it's called? It's like, this implies that we're short. Again, this is such a disconnect, you know? Like, what do you mean I'm short? You know? What do you mean I'm short? How do you know that? How would you know that, writer? This assumes that I'm like Pomni or something, that because Pomni is short. You know, this is such a like dynamic where like, oh, he's so tall, so he grabs something for you. He's tsundere, he helps you anyway, even though he always seems like he doesn't care. Alright, whatever. Anyway, here. He states, pushing the mop into my hands. I blush, of course, a bit, embarrassed at how much I've been relying on Jax. Thanks. I'm sorry I spilled our drinks. I really do feel like, unless it was written a different way maybe in the other routes. But I swear, this is just a reflection of Funny Bunny, you know? This is just a reflection of like exactly almost what happens with Pomni and Jax, you know? Stop apologizing so much, it's annoying. He says, twisting the knob of the closet. What? What? Rather, he says, what? He tugs the knob a little harder. No, no, no. You gotta be kidding me. He shakes his head, pulling the knob vigorously. It's locked? I feel my chest tighten up. Oh, come on. Jack starts banging on the door, pulling more violently. The door shakes on its hinges, but no luck. We're showered of old paint chips on the crumbling ceiling. We're locked in here. Ah, yes. Jax is in the closet. And now the situation is how to get him out of the closet. I feel the breath leave my lungs as I clutch the mop to my chest. This would happen to me. I barely hear him. My ears are ringing as panic starts to set in. My breath comes in ragged gasps as my heart hammers against my ribcage. Suddenly, I lose my balance, clutching the mop as I back into the wall and sink to the ground. You know, why are we so panicking so much being locked inside a closet? I mean, we have a wacky watch. We can like just call someone, you know, we can like text the principal, be like, Kang, we're stuck in a closet. I don't know. Whoa, hey. Abel, calm down. Oh god, we're gonna die in here. I swear, we're just Pomni. Like we're like pilot episode 1 Pomni, you know, like we're just panicking all the time. Or somehow, I don't know. I continue to hyperventilate. Oh, we're gonna die in here. I can't breathe. Jax kneels down next to me, smirking. Not scared of anything, huh? This is not funny. I eke out the last of my breath. Jax lets out a sigh. Well, we're not gonna get anywhere if you're freaking out like this. He sits against the door facing me. Just breathe. I'm trying. Well, I don't know. Close your eyes then. Stop freaking out. He tosses his jacket over my head. Imagine you're on a wide open rooftop or wherever your happy place is. I can't breathe in here. I manage as I cover my ears with my hands, clenching my eyes shut as I try to imagine I'm in a wide open meadow. Okay, I mean, I guess the implication is that our character is claustrophobic. Is that what it's supposed to be? I'm kind of like the opposite. I mean, obviously, I would not like the idea of, you know, like being buried alive in a coffin and like being like 6 feet under and trapped. You know, in that kind of situation, it wouldn't be very nice. But generally speaking, you know, being inside like a enclosed tiny space doesn't seem so bad, actually. Kind of comfy. I don't know. To me, like that sounds kind of nice, actually. For the most part, again, as long as you're not like in your life is not in danger, you know, like just simply existing inside like a, you know, small opening or something like that, you know, or whatever, like a small box, you know. It reminds me of like a Metal Gear Solid, you know, Snake like hiding under like a cardboard box or something, you know. It just seems kind of nice, actually. You're just like isolated from the outside world, nice and comfy inside a box, you know. I don't know. Anyway, it's anyway, but Jax is telling me to breathe, and it's surprisingly helpful. My breathing shifts from ragged panic gasp into a slow, peaceful rhythm. You alright? Can't talk. Just breathing. I hate to admit it, but if I do anything but focus on deep breaths, I start to panic again. I'm barely able to muster the strength to talk. How long do you think until someone finds us? Who knows? He looks up at the ceiling and chuckles. I bet if they knew I was in here, they wouldn't bother opening the door. He laughs again. It's a hollow laugh. But right now I can only focus on me. My head is planted firmly in my knees as I continue to clench my eyes shut. Don't you have any friends here at school? Jax goes quiet. Well, definitely not Ragatha. She's way too fake and annoyingly positive. She's always trying to pretend everything is great and awesome. It's exhausting. Gango's just sad all the time. Not like she has a backbone. Zubo just chooses to be difficult to get along with. I don't know about that. That's a pot calling the kettle black. They're really a stick in the mud. Mommy's alright, but she's always worrying about what everyone else thinks. Jax's confession about how he feels about his classmates distracts me from our cramped situation, if only for a few moments. Wow. Is there really nobody at the school you like? Jax remains silent as he looks away, a tinge of red on his cheeks. I can't help but blush myself before putting my head back to my knees. What was that? Suddenly Kane pops out of thin air. His booming voice makes us both jump. There you two are. Thought you'd get past the curfew rule by hiding in here, huh? You little scamps. For some reason, he pops inside the cramped space of the closet instead of opening the door. With a snap, we're instantly transported to our respective rooms. Yep. I fear relief being back in my spacious room. I flop into my bed and completely worn out from that whole ordeal. Still, I can't stop thinking about what Jack said, and what he didn't say. Why was he so quiet after I asked him if he liked anybody? Well, obviously, that's incredibly obvious, but anyway, he couldn't have meant. I wrap my pillow around my head as I stare at the wall. Surely not. I mean, there is someone. She's, frog-shaped, you know? Anyway, I must be delusional. As I get under the covers for the night, I can't help but think about what or who he could have meant. That's not spoilers, right? I mean, Ribbit was referenced. I think Ribbit even was, by name was referenced in an episode before, you know, the finale. But anyway, I wake up to my usual alarm and get ready for the day. It takes a little longer than usual. I didn't sleep well last night and I couldn't stop thinking about what Jack said yesterday. I brush my teeth and put on my uniform. To my surprise, I hear a knock at the door. I think for a few moments about who it could be, before deciding to just open and remove the mystery. To my surprise, it's Jax. Well, it's not a surprise at all. He leans on the doorframe, grinning his usual confident grin. Rise and shine, Abel. Ready to head out. Again, I'm losing my horrible Jackson impression. Rise and shine, Abel. Ready to head out. Ready. Eddie. I think it's SpongeBob now. Ready, Eddie. I'm a little flustered as I try to find my words, finishing pulling on my uniform and suddenly very concerned about making sure everything is neat and covered. Oh, what do you mean neat and covered? I also swear this game is written from a Otome perspective. You know, I mean, I guess it depends on which route you do, I guess. I guess if you do a male route, you know, obviously you're written like a, you know, like you're a girl or something. I don't know. Because I swear, that's like a girl thing, you know? Making sure everything is neat and covered, you know? I don't know. That's if you like wear a skirt. I swear, I don't know. Guys don't care about that. I don't know, anyway. Yeah, I was gonna try and pick something up to eat real quick for class. I don't want to be late again. Jax rolls his eyes. Why? It was so funny yesterday. He's still wearing that same confident grin. I giggle awkwardly. Yeah, but I don't want to make a habit of being late. I turn and lock my door while Jax waits for me. Once I'm sure the dorm is locked up, we start walking to school together. The fall air is cool against me. Is it fall? You know, the cherry blossoms would disagree. I shiver again. You're right, these uniforms do suck. Jax nods. Yep. When Kane designed this school, it was early spring. Then the seasons just kept going, and we couldn't convince him to make us new uniforms and to put it in the suggestion box. I guess he forgot to put one up because we never found one. We ended up having to just ditch the blazers for the summer. But you can't do anything about the cold. He shivers, rubbing his arms, his breath visible in the autumn air. I lean in a little close and Jax doesn't stop me. He does acknowledge the shared warmth, but honestly, not being kept at arm's length feels like progress. Okay. Until we enter the school, he moves in front of me, keeping a safe distance between us as we walk into the school. You getting breakfast or heading to homeroom then, new kid? I'm gonna grab something real quick. Alright. I'm not hungry, but I don't really care about being late either. I'll wait outside the cafeteria, I guess. I nod, smiling to myself. I duck into the cafeteria, all the lines are crowded, and I know Jack said he would wait, but I don't want to test his patience. There's a wicker basket of granola bars with a note card in front saying, Student Health Week, take one. I snag one from the basket before turning back to the cafeteria entrance. You got something? I look down my humble granola bar. Yep. Good. Let's get going. We ascend the main stairway, entering homeroom at an appropriate time today. I munch on the granola while I take my seat. Jax takes the seat before me, or behind me rather. Huh? I turn to look at Jax. You're sitting behind me today. Jax flashes me a grin. You're so observant today, Abel. He rolls his eyes. What's the problem? Don't trust me? I turn to face the front of class as Mr. Kinger starts his lecture on English. I can't help but feel a little nervous, periodically reaching behind my neck to feel for any gum or something. I guess I still don't trust Jax. Once I finally manage to focus on class, I feel somebody poking my elbow. Looking down, I see a small folded up piece of paper being passed to me from behind. Must be by Jax. I give him a confused look before taking it as discreetly as possible. I'm so boring, blah blah blah. Unfolding the paper reveals a crudely drawn sketch of Mr. Kinger, a speech bubble over his head that reads blah blah blah. I stifle a chuckle, adding my own contribution. I've never been very good at art, but I do my best to draw Ragatha. Killjoy! She comes out looking pretty botched. I draw her nose all wrong and up shading it in black. Her hair looks like a bunch of rectangles exploding out of her head, and I get which side the button's on wrong. But I hope it gets the point across. I add an arrow with the words Killjoy. Just before I hand it back, I add another arrow with the word boring written on it. I pass the note back and Jax quickly swipes it from me. I hear him let a small exhale through his nose before the sound of his pencil scratching again. He takes some time before passing the note back. Incoming! What's that meme? I'm driving in my... driving in my car while drinking a beer. Hey, that bump looks just like a deer. D-U-I. I opened the note to see what he was working on. This time, there's a sketch of him in a large truck, heading for the previously drawn sketches. Ah yes, vehicular manslaughter, don't worry about it. There's a speech bubble coming from the truck saying, incoming! There's also a small, pretty much right, he added by my sketch. Not sure if that's a compliment or not. I start my own contribution when Mr. Kinger walks by my desk. Do you have your homework, Abel? I try to cover up the sketches, but Mr. Kinger sees the paper and quickly snatches it up. This isn't the homework. He eyes it for a moment. Wow, Abel, you're a pretty good artist. Except your Ragatha could use some work. Huh? Mr. Kinger continues taking up the homework, and our sketches along with them. Crisis averted. I shoot to relieve Jax. I can't speak. Asgard Bergen truck. I really like dumb song. I really like the song, by the way. I kind of hate how... Well, I don't know. I think the meme is kind of funny, but at the same time, I kind of hate how the meme kind of ruins the song, Because I like the song. I like the Asgard song, I like that, It's kind of like a serious song. And epic, I guess. I'm using that word even though it's cringe. But now it's just a meme song, Everyone knows the meme song more so than the actual song. Anyway, I shoot a relieved look at Jax, who's covering his mouth, trying to hide an amused smirk. Before we can be questioned about it anymore, the lunch bell rings. I follow Jax out of the nearby stairwell. Oh, that was close. Thank God Mr. Kinger doesn't seem to have all his marbles. I chuckle. Yeah, our teacher has a few screws loose. He traces a circle around his temple as he bobs his head from side to side before continuing. Ooh. Can you do that? Is that insensitive? He's doing the thing, he did it in the pilot, I guess. Ooh, loopy. Anyway, listen up, Abel. I have a really good prank idea for today. I perk up. Jax reaches into his blazer pocket and pulls out a little red bottle. I managed to get my hands on this Saint's butthole ghost pepper sauce. No. Even a few droops? I can't read. I'm losing my ability to read. Even a few drops of this is supposed to make you taste nothing but fire for a week. Whoa, where to get something like this? I reach for the vial instinctively. Jax pulls it back, holding it far above my head. Wasn't easy to get this, Abel? Oh, yeah. Wasn't easy to get this, Abel. He tucks it back to the interior pocket of his blazer. Besides, guess what today is? Wednesday? It's Mystery Meat Day at the cafeteria. Just a few drops of this little guy in the pot, and everyone's mouths will be on fire. Come on, this should be good. He beckons me to follow, and I do so without question. Again, I'm losing. I can't. Jax, become Michael Kovac. Is that how you pronounce his name? His last name, by the way, Kovac. Become Michael Kovac. We headed up to the cafeteria, but stopped in our tracks. Looks like everyone decided to work on their culture fair projects in the cafeteria today. A few tables have been cleared where Gang and Zoom were working on a large papier-mâché sculpture. Pomni sits at a nearby table reading a few thick books from the library and taking notes. Probably still trying to figure out what a culture fair is. Regatha looks like she's putting together a stall from pieces of wood and nails. It looks like everyone is in here. Jack shakes his head, grinning even wider. This is perfect. I bet they're all gonna eat here together too. We just need to find a way to discreetly slip into the kitchen. Even as we cast a glance around the wide open view, all of our classmates are so engrossed in their own projects that they don't even notice us. I whistle subtly. Also, I can't. That's also another immersion breaking element. That my character can whistle. You know, I can't in real life. I don't know how to whistle. I go. I can't. I can never do it. It has always eluded me. The ability to whistle. We could probably just walk right in. Jack shrugs. Worth a shot. Jax and I walk up as casually as possible to the kitchen door. He opens in the crack before ushering me in. Well, that was surprisingly easy. Well, is that? I can barely get the words out. The mystery meat vat. Terrible, isn't it? He says with a grin. And it comes out of a hose. His face deadens in abject dread of the implications of that. I break the awkward silence that falls between us. That sure is a lot of meat. Jack shakes the dread off as he returns to his normal grin. Alright, help me find out how to get in there. Jack's gloved hands scrabble over the sealed vat for any type of opening. I stand there just sort of watching for a few moments, as Jax tries and fails to find the opening he's looking for. What the? There's gotta be a valve or something. He grunts as he tries to pry at the door on the side that has been welded shut. How do you open this thing? Maybe there's a pressure relief valve or some kind of button opens it. I look around the tank, underneath finding some buttons and a lever. Hey, buttons! Jack pushes me aside to access the hidden panel. Let me see that. He stares at the panel for a few moments. Jack starts pushing random buttons. Are you sure that's a good idea? Are you sure? Pretty sure. God damn it. Sorry. It's like a freaking sleeper agent, phrase. Like when I see "Are you sure?" I just think of Invincible, the freaking Invincible TikTok memes, where like Omni-Man says "Are you sure?" in the first episode, and then it's for some reason it gets repeated like a million times, and it becomes like a brain worm or something. What do you call it? Like earworm rather? Not brainworm, earworm. It becomes like an earworm, and now it's stuck in my head. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you sure? Seesaw! Oh, I need you, Seesaw! No, anyway, are you sure that's a good idea? A metallic whirring sound begins as the tank controls seem to come to life. The hose begins to croak and whip around as a thick, brown, sludgy stream of mystery meat comes flowing out. Uh-oh. Turn it off! I scream, panicking as the sludge begins to flow towards us. Alright. He tries another button. The hose begins to whip around like a snake in its final moments. Molten meat sludge spraying all over the room at higher volume than before. Please stop hitting random buttons! I tuck my head under my arms as I duck. Where is Omni-Man? Well, oh yeah, I mean that's what Immortal says, right? Where is Omni-Man? Where is he? And then there's the other one where like Omni-Man says, "Where's Mark? Where's Mark?" What's his name? I forget. What it's like Mark's like best friend who's gay, And then his voice actor got replaced at some point for some reason. They changed his voice actor. I don't know why. I forget his name. Andy? No, that's not it. I don't remember, but you know, there's a scene where Omni-Man, like, he says, like, "Where's Mark?" Basically, like, "Where's Mark?" Yeah, Soylent Green is people. Soylent Green is people. You know, there's a real I mean, someone's already mentioned this already. I think I already mentioned this, but like, there's Soylent is like a real thing. Actually, it's a real product. Ironically, I don't know. It's crazy marketing, by the way. It's insane marketing, but like, there's a real Soylent. Like, literally Soylent. Do they have a Soylent Green? I mean, there's at least see Soylent Green. Soylent is actually a real, like, product. Actually, it's a real, like, I think, what do you call it? Like a meal replacement, right? MRE, sort of. Do you call it MRE? Well, that's something else. Anyways, it's a meal replacement drink. That's supposed to be like, yeah, you drink it and it's supposed to be like, oh, you know, it's like a full meal, sort of. It's funny because I think it was banned in Canada, right? Yeah, I think, yeah, Canada disallowed further shipments, but then later I think they allowed it because they changed the ingredients or something. Yeah, they resumed in 2020. Never tried it, but like, I just find it funny that they literally made Soylent. Like, haven't they seen the movie? Like, what is the movie? Is the movie literally called Soylent Green? I mean, that's what it says in IMDb, or is it something else? I'm not sure. Never watched the movie, of course, because I only know because of pop culture, I guess, because everyone keeps making references to it, you know, in TV shows. But yeah, crazy that they think, or they made actual Soylent. I wouldn't mind trying it though, you know, even if it is people, you know, if it is people, well, that, I mean, that's a lot of protein, right? Might as well make use of. I mean, it's only unethical if they got murdered. Well, what if what if the people die naturally? You know, we should really be making use of, you know, of their bodies, you know, for something useful. It's called, you know, the 3 R's. It's called recycling, reduce, and reuse. You gotta reuse body parts, you know. It's free protein. That's all I'm saying. Anyway. Oh, Will, right? Will, like, hey, where's Mark? William, right? William. Where's Mark? William. Where's Mark? William. And there's another meme, you know, like, where's William? You know, because again, they replaced the voice actor. I tuck my head under my arms as I duck. We gotta get out of here. We gotta get. I don't know. I'm just not. I can't accept my, like, horrible Jax impression, you know. But like, he's like a little high sometimes, right? He goes up and then goes down, you know. That's how I think of Jax. Like, we gotta get out of here. We gotta get out of here. But like, he's smug at the same time. I don't know. It's hard. You just have to be Michael Kovac. You just have to be him, you know. Then you can do his voice. Jax and I rush for the door, dodging jets of hot meat juice while we make our desperate escape. We burst out the door like a bat out of hell. Yes, that's a very cliche saying. The hose has a mind of its own, the nozzle wedging between the door and the frame, oscillating up and down like it's a living creature. Vile mystery meat spews from its nozzle in a spiteful deluge of heated horror, coating the guilty and innocent alike in terrible meaty sludge. You know, in a way, our prank succeeded, you know, because we ruined everything. The sludge flies across Pomni and her books. A thick puddle begins to form on the once pristine table where Zubo and Gango left their art. A thick jet of meat slams in a ladder Gango was standing on. The velocity and force behind the gout of meat knocks the ladder over, promptly sending the ribbon character to the ground. She lets out a little yelp, and her comedy mask shattering on impact with the ground. Ragatha is standing behind her stall, which proves to be a poor cover as a pressurized spray of meat knocks the stall over and pins her underneath it. Everyone is meat. Everything is meat. The entire interior of the cafeteria has been painted by the vile concoction brewing in that vat. Eventually, with a wheezing hiss, the last of the vat's contents are exhausted, now lying across everything in my field of vision. A terrible silence settles over the cafeteria in the wake of the chaos, the entire place looking at the scene of some grotesque crime. A silence is eventually broken by the appearance of Principal Kane, who floats above the bubbling sludge. Whoa! Clean up on aisle you. I get it. Stop. I mean, I like it and I don't like it. It's so on the nose. It's literally what he says in the pilot, but like, you know, it's so, I don't know, whatever. He literally says that in the pilot. He says that he surveys the scene. Mystery Meat Day is ruined. Mystery Meat Day? What about the entire culture fair? Our products are completely covered in meat juice. Oh no, that too. Who could be behind this targeted attack on our school festival? They're goddamn terrorists. Who do you think? Zubo crosses their arms and glares at Jax and I. To our credit, we're also covered in meat. Listen, we can explain. This wasn't supposed to happen. Jax wheels on me as everyone else begins to glare. Yeah, Abel. What were you thinking, ruining everyone's culture fair projects with meat? You're sick. What? What? I'm very disappointed in you, Abel. I expected better. Principal Kane turns his back on me, shaking his head as he surveys the cafeteria again. Disciplinary action is the only way I can try to correct this little behavioral hiccup. Wait. Before I continue, Principal Kane snaps his fingers and we're transported into his office. You know, again, we just accept this as normal. I mean, obviously, if you watch The Amazing Digital Circus, you know, I mean, it's what he does. But like, you know, I feel like from our POV, I thought we were just having a normal, like, high school life, you know? And yet we accept the fact that Kane can just teleport you and, you know, that's just normal, I guess. Now wait here while I prepare your
Disciplinary action.
He disappears behind a desk for a moment before his massive red slug creature with yellow polka dot slides in, ringing the bell on his desk. Oh, okay. It's the Gloink Queen or whatever. Disciplinary. That reminds me. Well, literally, it's in one of the ads. What is it called?
Mass produced.
Right. He does a very similar thing.
The horror of being mass produced.
A bunch of small geometric shaped creatures with eyes and mouths bounce around outside the office. Well, I don't know. How do you do a glowing queen voice? I can't do a glowing queen voice, okay? I don't know. I'm here to enroll my glowing in classes. All 500 of them. Kane appears from behind the desk, his eyes wide. Whoa. Enrolling 500 Gloiks into classes. That's gonna take a while. Bubble, cancel all my meetings for the rest of the day. On it, Mas. He looks a little down as he continues. And cancel my 3 p.m. massage therapy appointment. He turns to face me. Wait here, Abel. Abel. I keep saying Abel. Abel. Kane motions to the giant slug creature. Follow me this way, your glookiness. He leads the massive slug thing in the back office, or into the back office. Wait, but what about my...
Disciplinary action.
I try to protest, but it's too late. The little geometric shapes bounce around the office now, knocking things down and making general chaos. I wait there. I'm realizing now that since Jax and I have pulled our prank, I haven't really gotten to eat anything. My stomach growls, and saved by the gloink. I think about ditching, but Bubble hasn't stopped staring at me since I sat down. Where's the Bubble route? You know? What about dating Bubble? That's the real route. I'm nervous about what will happen if I try to leave. The time crawls by agonizing minute. I miss my first afternoon class, then my second. I start to question if the clock is working right or if time really is passing at this sluggish of a pace. As the clock ticks down, the last bell for the day rings. I've been sitting for hours. I feel like your butt will get sore if you do that. Glowings continue to bounce off of me and around me, sometimes sticking to my clothes as I have to pluck them off. Hell, can't be much worse than this. Have you ever heard of The Amazing Digital Circus? Alright, thanks for stopping by. We'll be seeing all your precious glowings in class. I hope not my class. Bye now! Finally, the glowings all gather around their mother, who carries them out with her in a sort of organized mess. Kane turns to me with a stern face, or as stern as a pair of eyes set into a set of toy teeth can look, at least. All right, Abel, come to my office immediately. I step into Principal Kane's office and sit down. For your disciplinary action, I wait with bated breath. You'll get a written warning. And I'd like you to help your classmates fix up their projects you destroyed tomorrow. Sound good? I waited hours for that? Yeah, that's fine. Alright, off you go then. I walk out of the school, finally after a long day of sitting in Kane's office. I'm tired. I'm hungry. I prepare to walk myself back to my dorm alone. My other classmates definitely don't want to see me right now. As I approach the exit of the school, I see a familiar lanky figure waiting at the entrance. Jax? I'm shocked. The purple rabbit is standing there. You know, they kind of like... basically make me take the blame though. You know, they need to betray me. How long has he been waiting there? Was he waiting for me? Even though he literally snitched on me? He tilts his head and grins at me. Wow, took you long enough. Guess it got pretty messy back there. It didn't go exactly the way I wanted it to. But it was still pretty funny though. Should have seen everyone's faces. It wasn't funny, Jax. No. I feel like, oh man. But I have to do the Jax route. But at the same time, I feel like if this was like a story, this would be the turning point. You know, this is when we like fight, and that would make the story more spicy. But I don't know. I don't know what the game wants me to do, because I feel like if I do like bite back, then I'm not gonna get the Jax ending. Whatever. I guess we'll see. Yeah, it was pretty funny. Huh, see? I knew you would be mad. You're cool. The rabbit smirks. He seems kind of relieved at that. Ready to head back? We'll head back to the dorms. I'm just happy that me and Jax are still cordial after everything, even though my stomach growls from not eating all day. When I get to my dorm, I feel a bit lightheaded. Maybe I should go to the lounge to get something to eat. That's what my brain says, but my body is tired from the day's events, and I have to just lay in my bed. My stomach is still churning from a near miss earlier anyways. Can't believe I almost stood up to Jax. I didn't really say that though. There's no way that would have ended well. I wake up to my alarm. I thought I'd just rest my eyes for a second. Did I really sleep through the entire night? My stomach rumbles loudly as I try to stand on steady feet. Did I forget to eat last night? I'm starving. I definitely have to pick up breakfast on the way in today. I put on my uniform and head out. Jax is waiting for me by his door. Hey new kid, you ready for some wicked pranks today? I think I came up with a really good one to pull on Gangle. Oh, actually, Kane told me I had to help fix all the culture fair damage I did yesterday. It was part of my, disciplinary action. What? Boo, that's lame. We're not doing that. But Kane won't even notice if he didn't do it. Trust me, he has the attention span of a squirrel. I guess you're right. Come on, don't want to be late. We're trying to stay off of Kane's radar today. He smirks at me before walking ahead. By the time I stumble into homeroom, the bell is already ringing. I take my seat. My stomach grumbles loudly. I didn't get to pick up any breakfast. But it's fine. I can make it into lunch probably. Okay, we're just role-playing as Ragatha now, you know? This is simply funny doll, you know, like when people ship each other, when they ship with the characters, like they have shipping names. Obviously Funny Bunny, I feel like it's the most popular, and the one I kind of agree with the most, as long as it's like, again, when Pomni and Jax are like beating the shit out of each other, you know, that's the interesting part. But this is just kind of like funny doll, you know, as in like Ragatha and Jax, right? At least what people like imagine what their relationship would be, because they don't have that. I mean, honestly, they don't have the relationship in the show, obviously. Well, I feel like, yeah, it's just people pleasing, right? Just getting dragged around, doing whatever Jax wants to do, and like not tending to your own needs, right? That's literally what, you know, it would end up being. And it could be interesting, I guess, if I don't know, if it ends up causing friction, you know, and everything. Anyway, it's fine. I can make it to lunch probably. By the time lunch does roll around, I feel lightheaded and weak. I try to keep pace with Jax, but hunger makes me sort of loopy and slow. I trip over my own feet a few times trying to keep pace with the purple rabbit. Alright, so I have a really good idea. We have to find Gango and make sure Zuo isn't playing bodyguard. I try to pay attention to what he's saying, but it feels like slow motion. I'm gonna need you to lure Gango to the top of the stairs. That's the last thing I hear before my vision blurs and lights go out. Dead. Game over. I come to what seems to be the nurse's office. I pass out. Wakey wakey, Abel. Principal Kane. What happened, sugar? Oh, I think my OBS kind of disconnected for a second there. Let me double check. Looks okay now. I don't know. Weird. Anyway. But yeah, do you blow up blood sugar? Didn't know that could happen with your unique situation. What do you mean? What do you mean unique situation? I brush off the comment. What was he talking about? Oh, where's Jax? Ow. I grab my head and feel a tinge of pain. Steady, Abel. You had a pretty big pratfall out there. Ouch, I really feel it now. Kane laughs maniacally. Oh, it was a whole thing. You toppled over the side of the stairs and landed on the ground floor. Lucky you, someone scraped you off the floor and brought you back here. Am I okay to go back to classes now? I still have to help everyone get their stuff fixed for the culture fair. Well, I have good news for you. Kane smiles, twirling his cane in his hands. His cane in his cane. You see, Abel, the culture fair had to be cancelled. What? Yep. He paces back and forth. We lost way too much progress on Wednesday. And then yesterday, Gango also had to make a nurse visit. There's a trip right down the stairway. 2 stair accidents in one day. Not good for image. He pauses a moment, shaking his head before resuming his pacing. With you and Gango out of commission, we couldn't recover our losses, so the culture fair is a bust. As he says this, he throws up his hands and a bunch of playing cards explode out from them before fluttering to the ground. You gonna clean that up? He looks at me. I look back and Kane blinks a few moments before remembering face-palming as he says, Oh, whoops, that's right, head injury. He snaps his fingers and the playing cards disappear. Wait, which day did Gango fall? What day today? I say, panic edging its way into my voice despite my attempts to keep calm. Friday! Friday? I was out for an entire day? Yep, I was worried we lost you, but then I remembered that can't really happen. Kane continues, but I just sit shocked at the revelation. Did Jax at least come and visit me? Who? Oh, no. Oh, nobody visit you. We sit in awkward silence. Oh, I wonder if this is a game over, actually. You know? Despite, trying to please Jax the whole time, we lose. Which I feel like that's fair, because I feel like just going along with everything he says is not exactly the best way to be friends with him, you know? He fidgets with his cane before resuming the conversation. Well, though, since you brought up Jax. What about Jax? I say, eager for news about my friend. You see, Abel, you are an NPC. Okay. You don't actually exist. Now, you can have an existential crisis, and then I'll delete you from existence. You'll never exist ever again. One, I decided to help Jax learn to get along with his classmates. And maybe even open up in time for the culture fair. But, well, looks like everything went right out the window. As he says this, he makes an exaggerated tossing motion and a nearby window flies open. Outside, the sound of breaking glass can be heard, even though I'm pretty sure his hands were empty. Unfortunately, that kind of leaves you in an unfortunate position. You really won't be of much use anymore. Kane shrugs. It looks like he pulled you more to his side than anything. He's so persuasive, the lovable scamp. But that means we'll have to go back to the drawing board. Did I hit my head harder than I thought? What was he talking about? Why is everything going fuzzy again? NPC, what does that mean? Don't worry, this won't hurt a bit, Abel. In fact, you'll actually be feeling nothing soon. Wait, what? As I fucking delete you. I barely have time to even comprehend what Kane says to me, as my consciousness suddenly feels like it's pulled from my body, and all I can hear are echoes from Kane. I'm sure we'll get it next time. Game over. It really is a game over. Okay, interesting. Dead. Just like the end of episode 8. Spoilers, even though, well, it's spoilers if you haven't watched the circus yet. Anyway, I feel like, yeah, we should go back. And maybe, well, I don't know if this is enough, but I wonder if we should push back at this point. I don't know if this will do anything, but I guess we'll see. Let's see. So this is back, we simply time travel back to after we got our disciplinary action from Kane and say like, it wasn't funny, Jax. This isn't funny, Jax. You think this is funny? I'll show you funny. What? Oh, come on. Don't be so lame. I'm not being lame. Or boring, or whatever else you want to call me. We messed up everyone's culture fair projects they've been working on all week. The words come spilling out before I can stop them. But I can't honestly say I disagree with anything I'm saying. Oh, excuse. Voice can't speak. Throat is a little dry. Try that again. The words come spilling out before I can stop them, but I can't honestly say I disagree with anything I'm saying. Or even that it doesn't deserve to be said. Jax rolls his eyes and crosses his arms to offer my heartfelt rebuke of her actions. A rebuke? Jeez, I didn't think you cared about that stupid festival. It gives me a look of utter ridicule. Maybe I don't, but they clearly do. I curl into myself. Now they probably hate me. The tears flow as freely as my words. I spent hours in the office, missing lunch, missing my classes, and on top of it all, you just let me take the blame for it all. I could deal with everyone hating me, but I at least thought you would be there for me. Jax's grin curls into a frown of disgust, but I can't stop. I don't know if I care. You were there for me. There for you? His voice is venom, bearing down on me with cold, condescending anger. What do you think this is? You think I'm just gonna swoop in and save you every time you need it? He wipes his hands off on his uniform as his expression returns to one of neutrality. You wanted to pull that prank just as much as me. He turns away from me before letting out a short, manic laugh. You went along with every little thing I told you to do until now. Now you want to care what everyone thinks of you? He turns away from me before leaning back down to my level, gazing to my eyes with manic anger. His own voice seems to pitch up as he gets in my face, his pupils dilating to small black squares. Nobody here has ever liked you. He sweeps an arm across his chest. I have to stumble back to avoid being pushed back. You spent every moment here tormenting them with me. He points to his face where a manic grin now matches his eyes until again, I feel like it keeps disrupting. The descriptions are fine, but like I feel like sometimes it disrupts the flow of the dialogue. I feel like there's some moments where you don't need as many descriptors, but anyway. Now you want to pretend you have a moral compass. He leans back and lets out a hollow laugh. That might be the only funny thing you did that I didn't tell you to do. I sit there in stunned silence. Even as I hold back more tears, I have to admit he's right too. I did spend the past 2 days with him pranking people. I thought we were having fun, but today we took it too far. I can't even stand to look at Jax. I turn away, half mumbling my words. I thought you were my friend. Okay, I don't care about anyone. I don't care about you or anyone in the circus. You are all my playthings. Basically. Again. Jax's manic grin falls away from his face as his mouth narrows. His pupils go wide. Somehow this is even scarier than the manic rage I was facing moments ago. No, he says plainly. No. He can't mean that. I push him for a different response. I'm not your friend. My chest goes tight. Why would he say that? How could he say that after everything that's happened between us? It feels like I'm talking to a different person. Interesting. Obviously, we walk home alone. I feel like that would be another like bad ending. It can be interesting to see what that bad ending would look like, but I mean, obviously we have to mirror the actions of Pomni in episode 6. Was it? I think it's episode 6. I keep forgetting which episode. Okay. Episode 1 was the pilot, of course. Episode 2 was the Candyland. Episode 3 was the Horror Mansion, I think. Episode 4 was Spudsies. Episode 5 was the suggestion box. Episode 6 was the guns, right? Like they all get guns, whatever. Episode 7, funnily enough, is the episode of Abel. And episode 8 is It's News to Me That It's News to You. You know that one. So I think it's episode 6, right? Anyway, but basically we had to do, we just had literally need to LARP as Pomni, you know, and beat the shit out of him. You know, can we do that? Deny his words. Daga kotowaru. I know you don't mean that. Oh my god, listen, newbie, and listen closely. We aren't friends. He stretches out each word before returning to his signature smile, taking a few deep breaths. We were never friends. I was just having a little fun. Clearly you got the wrong impression. He literally says that. He literally said that in the episode. Why would you say that? I'm on the verge of tears again. I thought we were getting close. Jack scoffs. Getting close? Are you that deluded, new kid? Why would you wait for me before school? And text me at night? And sit by me in classes? It's my turn to be angry. You chose to help me last night. Why would you do all that if you didn't care? Jack shrugs neutrally. You're reading too much into it. I can't even look at him as tears blur my vision. Our shoulders bump as I run past him. You know what would happen if we picked the other option? We would simply abstract. You know, can NPCs abstract? I don't know. Anyway, everything about this moment hurts. Every emotion feels like a jagged edge. But it's like Jack says, I must be deluded. Deluded to think we were friends. I was alone this entire time, and when others reached out to me or offered me respite, I turned them away. I hear others whispering or casting worried looks my way as I get back to the dorm. I open my stupid playing door to my stupid playing room and throw myself on the bed. When I finish crying and begin regaining my senses, the first thing I notice is how hungry I am. I load up door-to-door dash, see that the only open restaurant is some fast food place called Spudsy. Welcome to Spudsy's! I load up their menu. Looks like all they have available is something called the Stupid Burger. Don't forget the stupid sauce and the stupid burger. I'm addicted. What the hell is that? Sounds kind of weird. Do we get high on stupid sauce? Sure, why not? I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but sure, why not? It's really my only choice for food at the moment, and my stomach rumbles to remind me how badly I need something to eat. Whatever it is, I just ordered it, and I wait the delivery as my stomach grumbles even louder. It takes surprisingly little time for it to get to my dorm. There's a knock on the door. It's this guy. I open it to my delivery guy. A red mannequin-looking character holds my food in his hand. Order for... He's gone. I stumble forward, catching my food moments before it splats against the ground and makes eating that much messier. You know, very efficient. He never needs to pay for the return trip. You know, he simply disappears. That was strange. Still, at this point, I'm learning to simply not question the way things work at this school. I go back to my dorm and unwrap the burger. There's a weird pink sauce dripping from the patty. That must be what makes it stupid, I guess. My stomach rumbles again to remind me that I'm too ravenous to even think about another decision. I take a big bite of the burger. Another, and another, and before I know it, I've completely eaten it up. I attempt to get up, then suddenly, whoosh, the room starts spinning, and stretching, and just sort of moving. And it's weird. Everything is so funny. The room is funny. My bed is funny. That was a really good burger. You know, it reminds me of like when Ragatha first gets the stupid sauce in her eye. Like obviously she gets high and everything, but the initial scene was actually kind of scary. It shows like a scene of Gangu with like really sharp teeth, you know? Again, I feel like it's this show is not for kids. Like imagine a kid watching that scene. Don't they get traumatized? Suddenly I hear another knock on the door. Oh, 1 second. I shout a little louder than I mean to. I try to regain my balance and pick myself off the floor. But it's no fair because the room is still spinning. Come on, room, stop spinning. Another knock at the door. Oh, beep it. No, beep it. Oh, beep. Let yourself in. I'm no closer to the door and the room isn't slowing down anytime soon. Lying down on the cool, welcoming floor seems like the right move. Luckily, I must have forgotten to lock up after getting my food because my favorite bunny walks in the room. You know, actually, is there like a digital circus sensor sound effect? There you go. Oh yeah, I could just do this. Do that. How do I time it though? So like, I don't know how I would do it while the game is full screen. So I could say like, oh, it let yourself in, you know, something like that. Oh no, okay, something like that. Okay, so my favorite bunny walks into the room. Jax! Wait, weren't we not friends? He regards me with a skeptically raised eyebrow. Are bunnies supposed to have eyebrows? He sighs. Abel, what the heck have you gone into? He's so tall I barely come to his ankle. Really? Oh, I guess we just... Yeah, we just high. Or is that because I'm on the ground? Tall bunny alert, tall bunny spotted. I laugh. You get taller or something? I hiccup. I tilt my head to the side to get a better look at him. He looks annoyed, but... concerned? You know, I mean, this is just the part where Ragatha gets high. Is my Jaxie boy worried about me? Sit up. Are you drunk or something? Drunk? No way, you're drunk. The words don't come. Jax gets down to my level to try and sit me against my bed, but I push him away, laughing. Would you just... He struggles to get a good hold on me. Sit down. Even as he managed to force me into an upright sitting position, my hands flare up, pushing his face away from me. No! I shout, pouting for a moment before I try to crawl away. You're drunk. And mean. Jack sighs and stands back up, giving up for the moment. What am I even doing here? He mutters under his breath, but I can hear him. Then he speaks up. I brought you food. Said you missed lunch. He emphasizes the last word of each sentence, pointing in an exaggerated way to the bag in his hand. He shakes his head as I keep lolling my head from side to side, fascinated by whatever he's trying to do. Whatever happened, you're too messed up to even eat, right? He folds his arms and turns away from me. But I have a real truth bomb ready for this mean bunny. But you don't want to be my friend though. The last word comes out as a mix of other words, but I'm trying to be as serious as I stumble over my own words. You hate me. I emphasize the word hate, putting as much of my fleeting breath behind it as I can muster. Whatever was in that burger is wearing off enough for me to stumble to my unsteady feet. Jax is impressed that I managed to stand up, but doesn't acknowledge the huge truth bomb I just dropped. Truth nuke. I try to take a step forward, but my knees wobbles dangerously and I almost fall over again. Careful! He flinches, almost reaching out to catch me, but I catch myself. What the heck is up with you, Abel? You're gonna hurt yourself, just sit down. He shouts at me urgently, but I'm too deep into telling it like it is to let him distract me. Truth, hypernova. Truth. Big bang, I don't know. Say you hate me. I swing useless floppy hands at his cartoon rabbit face. He doesn't even have to try to dodge a single one. Hey, watch it. He catches my wrist in his hands. Okay, more fan service. Would you stop that already? He tightens his grip, making me his captive. Listen to me right now, Abel. He manages through heavy breaths. We're gonna move you to the bed. You're gonna sit down, and then you're gonna go to sleep. He didn't say he hated me, though. So you don't hate me? I get my words start merging inside my clumsy mouth, but the meaning is there. My anger subsides as I look into his beautiful yellow eyes. His jaundice, infected eyes. You love me, don't you? I inch closer to his face. Jax blushes furiously, as remember, I'm a man, so this is Yowie. What are you talking about? He shouts at me. I guess. I mean, this is a dating sim, so I have to make the Yowie real. Okay? All I'm saying is he wouldn't be my first choice, but like I am doing the Jax route, so... I lean in. I feel the sparks flying between us. These must be the feelings he was trying to fight this whole time. I can't wait for him. Right after this, he abstracts or something. I don't know. Could it be he was pushing me away because he really felt this way? I feel hot and lightheaded. Before a fatalist can touch, I feel my body go weak and give out. Okay, we don't actually make out. I pass out. Day 3. Complete. It's interesting because apparently he did go to our room, obviously, to give us food. Right? Obviously, the difference this time is that he didn't know before. He didn't know that we did miss lunch in the first place. So obviously now he knows. He goes to our room. I wonder what happens if he didn't eat the stupid burger. You know, does a different scene play? Because it implies that he does go to a room anyway, right? Or maybe we like sleep through it or something. I don't know. It's possible that we sleep through it, and like even though he tries to knock to a door, he doesn't get in or something. I don't know. Anyway, I wake up in my bed the next morning. The cover's over me as if nothing happened last night. Did anything happen last night? My memory's all fuzzy. I ate a burger, then Jax was there. Jax. I sit up straight in my bed and do a quick scan of my room, but it's completely empty. Could it just be a dream? I notice a bag on my desk. Food? I guess some of it wasn't a dream. I racked my fuzzy mind to try to remember what happened. I come up empty-handed. I had to get ready for school anyway. I stumble out of bed. My head throbs with pain. This is not my finest moment. I manage to get dressed in my uniform and grab my things before stumbling out the door. Approaching the school, it seems like every other student is coupled up with another one, chatting away as they head to class for the day. I look for Jax to no avail, but what do I even do if I saw him? Talk to him and pretend nothing happened? I can't ignore the thoughts swimming around my head, keeping me too distracted to pay any real attention in class. For his part, Jackson's a no-show this morning. For the next activity, form pairs, Mr. Kinger says, then his eyes catch me in my isolated corner and the empty seat next to me where Jax should be. Oh, it looks like we're missing a student. It's like a spotlight is focused on me. All eyes focus on me in my humiliating solitude. I feel like I'm gonna cry and then... Hey Abel, wanna join me in Ragatha's group? Her smile is awkward but friendly. I almost want to lash out at her and say something like being alone is better than being with a lame-o like you. What are you, a clown? But I'm too miserable to really put that to words, and her kindness is genuine. Come on, Abel, you can sit next to us. Even Ragatha gives me a shy smile. I shuffle over, leaving my dignity behind me. Hey guys, there's a few moments of awkward silence. God, I feel like the worst person in the world for ruining their projects. Hey Abel, how you doing? You seem kinda odd today. She trails off, giving another awkward smile. Huh? Oh, sorry. Did something happen between you and Jax? Ragatha shoots her a look. Pomni? Then she fixes me with a gentle look. Did something happen though? I roll my eyes and swallow my... Again, I don't know. I guess maybe the visual novel is not meant for you to like read everything out loud. This is what I do for visual novels, but I feel like, yeah, one of the biggest criticisms I have of this writing style is like, yeah, dialogue and then description, dialogue and then description, dialogue and description, dialogue and description, dialogue. The writer does it a little bit too much, you know. Sometimes you just, when there's a back and forth, like Pomni and Ragatha are talking to each other, they should just talk. They don't have to like say all these other things. You don't have to describe every little thing. You can do that in like a novel maybe, right? And like a book. But this is a visual novel, you know? And I feel like, again, this is what I always say about my opinion on like visual novels, but like visual novels, in my opinion, should be written like a movie, right? It should be written like with a heavy focus on dialogue. And like the way you write dialogue is important too. Like when you say like, oh, you know, this character is going to do something or doing an action in a scene, it should just be implied when they say something, right? You don't have to put as many descriptors because it kind of breaks the flow, I feel like, you know? Anyway. I ordered a slider online called a furry slider. I don't know what that means. What do you mean by that? Slider? I mean, I'm SighingSlider, but I don't know what you mean that. Slider is also a burger, I guess. But that's not the original meaning. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to go over my original meaning of my username, you know. But like, basically, it's a reference to the Suzumiya Haruhi no Jutsu, like the melancholy Haruhi Suzumiya, the anime. Like she mentions like aliens in like the first episode. Haruhi mentions aliens, time travelers. What was it, the other one? Aliens, time travelers, and espers, right? But she also mentions, I think it's only in the anime, she mentions sliders, you know? which is like a reference to a TV show or something. But I don't know the TV show, but like I just know like, oh, Slider, you know, that's why I use that name. Furry Slider. Dating a rabbit? I guess so. But remember, it's not me. I'm not the self-insert, it's Abel. Abel is kissing the rabbit. I'm not doing that. You know, even though clearly it's meant to be your self-insert and everything. As I said already, you know, I just don't like the self-insert because, like, I don't know, I can never really connect with the actual self-insert because I have a completely different personality to me, you know? Anyway, I rub my eyes and swallow my sadness. That obvious? Still, maybe it's time to get this off of my chest. We got into a huge argument yesterday over that prank we pulled. I still feel really bad about messing up everyone's projects, and then when Kane punched me, Jax just walked off. He acted like it was messed up for me to expect him to share the blame with me. And we were both upset, and said a lot of things. And I just wish he hadn't told him how mad he made me. Pomni puts a hand on my arm. Pomni's like, oh, I did that too. No. Oh, that's not fair to you, Abel. You're allowed to be upset about and talk about things with your friends. Regular nods. Jax isn't the kind of person to really talk about those kinds of feelings with. She seems to almost be speaking to herself, looking into the distance. Pomni shoots her a look before continuing. He sort of puts up walls with that kind of stuff. Why? Has he really not made any friends or anyone in this school? He used to have friends here before they fucking died. He did? Yes, there was this there's this clown guy, and there's this really hot frog, you know? Anyway, Ragatha has my full attention. She pauses a moment, rubbing her forearm, a while ago. And also we can't really explicitly say what happened to them, you know, because like it'd be kind of weird. Well, actually they are like, it's funny, they are drawn. Back then we were all friends. Kaufmo and Ribbit were his closest friends though. They really brought everyone together. But one day something happened and we lost them, you know? As in they fucking killed themselves. And Jax closed himself off. He took it really hard. What happened? We can't really say that because like we don't know. Like, well, I don't know how, because I don't know what this fan game is in the context of. Or like, is this just part of another adventure, or is this like a weird like AU, you know, where like instead of the circus, everyone's trapped in like a school instead or something? You know, that's the only difference or something. I don't know. How does that work? What would be the equivalent of extracting in like a high school AU? They graduated, maybe? They transferred, you know? Maybe? Is that what you call it? I don't know. They got suspended? Expelled? Oh, expel I guess would be a good one. They got expelled, you know, quote unquote. Ragatha and Pomni exchange a look before Ragatha leans in, whispering under her breath. Out of school suspension. Okay, that's what you call it. That's the euphemism of like committing suicide, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, Higurashi reference? Really? Well, I mean, I'm a big Higurashi fan, but like, what was the reference? Which reference was that actually? I don't know. Anyway. Well, you know, the first thing I think of when I think of Higurashi in like a classroom setting is that one time when Rika beat the shit out of Sakato. She like loses her shit and fucking beats her shit out with like a fucking chair. That's what I remember. Spoilers, but that's what I remember. Transfer, really? I don't remember. I don't remember what you mean by that. Maybe that's too specific. I mean, I haven't watched Higurashi in a long time. I don't remember every detail. Well, again, I just remember that moment. You know, I remember the moment Rika beats the shit out of Sakato. Was her name Sakato, right? That's her name? And of course, all the moments involving murder. But anyway. Out of school suspension. Is that supposed to be scary or sad or something? Still, I guess that's why Jax is the way he is. He just doesn't want to get hurt again. I understand. At least I think I do. If it makes you feel any better, him not being here is kind of a good sign. How is him avoiding me a good sign? Well, he cared enough that he had to take some time off. Jax likes to run away from his feelings, so whatever happened, it affected him enough to skip class today. The cogs in my head start turning. Is everything she said true? You know, it is. I was gonna say, Pomni is Jax's ex-girlfriend, basically. No, all that we did together, getting trapped in the supply closet, pulling that prank, all the awkward pauses where it felt like we were both holding back. So something was there? So what? You think I should go after him? Pomni ponders for a moment before peering over at our teacher. Well, someone once told me, the worst thing you can do is make someone think they're not wanted or loved. Okay, literally a quote from the show. She looks back at me. I think it's worth a shot to try and patch things up with him. I stand up suddenly, surprising the two girls in front of me. You're right. He needs me right now. Thanks, Pomni. I need to go before he literally kills himself. As I gently open the door. Now again, well, I don't know. I feel like abstraction really is. I mean, it's not one-to-one, of course, but it's very close to literally suicide. You know, it's like a very close symbolic connection, I guess. I don't know what you call it, but like, you know, it's very close. Anyway, I spent all class, even as Ragatha and Pomni looked on, shocked. For his part, Mr. Kingo looks too confused to tell me to sit back down as I leave the classroom. But where would Jax be? There's no way King would just let him skip school. I racked my brain. There's literally like two places. It's just the school and the dorms. Imagine you're in a wide open rooftop, wherever your happy place is. Was that his happy place? I don't have time to think of another place. I guess I'll go to the roof. The cliche rooftop, somehow unlocked and like clean, by the way. Like, I don't know how many schools actually clean the rooftops that much, because like I feel like on the rooftops of most schools are probably very dirty, you know? It's like it rains, you know, like trash gets blown up everywhere. I don't know. It's probably very dirty. Anyway, the crisp fall air blows out the door as we push it open. Jax is here looking out the view. He turns to face me. Jax, I know you don't see me as your friend, and that's okay. But I always think of you as my friend. And just like I can't make you like me, you can't make me not unlike you. What? You can't make me not like you. I call out to him. As much as you push me away, and try to make me hate you, I won't do it. I'll always come back. You know, like a codependent relationship. Now, even if you think I'm just crazy, I'll never stop trying to be your friend. So no matter what you do or say, you won't get rid of me, Jax. For better or worse, I'm here to stay. He gives me a confused look. That got kind of creepy there at the end. Like, what are you, yandere? His characteristic smirk returns to his face. But if you're that obsessed with me, I guess I'm really stuck with you. He sounds kind of relieved. He walks over to me, putting a gloved hand on top of my head. Stalker. He smirks down at me. I smile back at him, blushing a little. Will things go back to normal now? So Jax. The tall, purple rabbit looks at me. Yeah. I can't remember everything that happened last night. I ordered some kind of burger and you were there and nothing happened. He interrupts me, putting a gloved hand over my mouth. I managed, despite his attempts to silence me. You ate a bad burger. He says, pulling his hand away from my mouth. Why do I remember you there? So many questions. You were just making an annoying amount of noise, so I went over to tell you to knock it off, and then... He trails off, looking away. Just don't order from there again, okay?
I push for more details.
Oh, come on, please tell me. I say, putting on the most pitiful face I can. Jack grins sadistically down at me. Uh-oh. Okay, but you were an absolute freak last night. What? His grin grows wider. Wider? You did horrible, horrible things. The kind of things anyone would be scared about getting out. Why did I ask? I don't want to hear anymore. His grin is just as wide. Anyways, Abel, I got something fun for us to do at our lunch break. Oh yeah, well about that. He looks at me, eyebrow raised. I sort of promised Principal Kane I'd help everyone with their culture fair projects. His eyes go wide as he scowls down at me. What? Yeah, it was part of the disciplinary action for the prank yesterday. He crosses his arms. I don't want to do that. Well, it's not like you got punished yesterday. You could just meet me after school. Jax is already shaking his head. You're seriously gonna pour your heart out to me then ditch me for those losers? You could always come with me? I say, putting on my most pathetic face. Jax rolls his eyes with a sour expression. Alright, let's get over with so Kane gets off your back and we have some real fun. Our first stop is Pomni in the library. She spies us as we enter the library, making frustrated noises as she sorts among the books to recover her notes from yesterday. Pomni? She turns to face me with a tired sigh. Hey! She puts on an unconvincing happy face. What brings you two here? We're here to help. In any way we can. Sorry about the whole meat thing. Pomni turns to Jax. You're really gonna help, Jax? Jax gives me a dirty look. Yeah, whatever Abel says. Well, I've been looking all day for the Culture Festival books. I have no idea who organized these shelves though, and how they were organizing them. I don't even know if I can find any new books after what happened yesterday. We'll find some. Least I can do after she helped me go find Jax. We all started searching for books about culture festivals. Some of us, Jax, less enthusiastically than others. One shelf is devoted to corn recipes, and corn byproducts. Jax searches the bookshelf directly behind me. You find anything? He just shakes his head. This library is so random. He nods. Another shelf has books of no common topic. In fact, the only thing they have in common is that the covers are blue. I throw my hands up in the air and groan in frustration. This could take a while. Hey, Abel. He pulls out a thick book with the title Celebrations of Culture, Festivals, Fairs, and Other Occasions, smirking as he waves it in my face. Where the heck was that? Jack shrugs. Between a birdwatching book called A Beginner's Guide to Vultures and a book about dry multidol. Oh my god, Jax is so big. What are you two doing over there? You gotta show Pomni. What? I don't need to see... We step out from behind the bookshelf, and Jax holds out the book. Oh. Where'd you find this? Between a book about vultures and a Scottish law book. What the... No, you know what? That might be the most sense this library's ever made. She takes the book and skims the pages. This should be more than enough. She gives us both a relieved smile. You guys were really helpful. I can't help but smile back, even as Jax crosses his arms and gives us both an annoyed look. Thanks. I nod and smile as I tuck Jax away before he can undo all the goodwill we just earned. Helping others isn't so bad, huh, Jax? Speak for yourself. Next on the list is Ragatha. She's pacing the classroom manically. There's no way, no way, I can get this all organized in time. Jax announces her presence. Hey, Raggy! Ragatha sees us reunited and you think she just saw the girl from The Exorcist the way she regards us. Oh, come on, you two. Have you done enough to our projects already? I throw my hands up in a defensive gesture. I promise we're here to help. Ragatha casts a glance our way, mostly Jax's way, that says she doubts it. We're completely innocent. Why does he sound so unconvincing when he says that? Why are you saying it like that? I don't know. I elbow Jax's gut, which has him doubling over. I appreciate the thought, but I'm good. She says harshly, turning back to her clipboard. Clipboard. Come on, Ragatha. I have to do this as part of my punishment from yesterday, or Kane is gonna punish me. We'll do whatever we can help. And we'll do whatever we can to help. She gives us a dubious look but relents. Well, if you have to. And if Kane is gonna punish you if you don't, I guess I can give you something to work on. How about... She looks around. Oh, how about you two work on the info star, just putting it together? I have a few other things I need to do, so I can trust you do it? I can trust you to do it? She motions to a series of wooden boards, staplers, and nails. Let me know if you need anything else, okay? She casts one last vaguely distrustful glance at us before departing. Jax rolls his eyes and the door shuts behind her. What's her problem? He grins at me. I respond by starting to see how the stall's supposed to fit together, eyeing the best way to put the screws. Come on, you're really putting that thing together? I roll my eyes in response. The sooner I start, the sooner I'm done. Jax picks up a hammer and hefts it in his hand with a wicked grin. Or, we could use this to break Gango's mask. Jax. He rolls his eyes and gives an exaggerated sigh. I keep trying to fit pieces together, applying a liberal amount of staples and nails. Sometimes when I ask for a tool, Jax hands it to me, but he does it as little as he can without ignoring me. Still, it's better than no help at all, can't speak. Still, it's better than no help at all. It's better than the no help at all I was expecting, Ransom said. I take a step back and look at my handiwork. It definitely looks like a stall. I test some of the supports. Seems steady. Looks like we're good here. You know what this could use? I sigh, already knowing the answer. A centipede. My throat is a little dry again. A centipede. Just as he says that, Ragatha walks in. Her eyes go wide at Jax's words. What centipede? Well, Abel and I were... I elbow him again. I continue to beat him. That's what you do. You need to beat him up. You need to apply physical violence to make him behave. This is what you do. Nothing. Jax and I are finished here, though, if you think this is good. Jax mutters something rude at me while Ragatha inspects the stall. Good job, you two. There's a hint of surprise in her voice. Thanks, Abel. Then, as an afterthought, and you too, Jax. She collects herself, beaming with gratitude. If you guys have more time, I have a lot more I could use help with. Sure has been fun, Ragatha. Catch you later. He grabs my wrist and pulls me out of the room before Ragatha can protest. No more work. Alright, where's next on this stupid punishment quest? The art classroom. Jax rolls his eyes and lead the way. When we slide the door to the art classroom open, Gango and Zubo are scribbling away, pushing out any art they can finish. Half-finished sketches litter the floor, marred by a single errant line or scratched out for being too poor quality to be submitted for the culture fair. I call out to them. Hey Gango, hey Zubo. Gango ignores me, but Zubo looks up, turning to us with a sour expression. What do you two want? Geez, why the cold shoulders, Zubo? Zubo's expression intensifies. What is it now? Didn't you two do enough yesterday? Look, Zubo, I'm really sorry about what happened yesterday. Is there anything at all we can do to make it up to you? Zubo eyes me, then Jax. I guess I can trust you, Abel, but why is he here? They point at Jax. Are you seriously trying to tell me you're sorry, Jax? I didn't think you could feel sorry about anything. Nah, you're right. I'm not sorry, just bored. Zubo's expression stays sour, but they turn to me, their gaze softening. Well, it's not up to me. It's up to Gango. Maybe you can make things up to her. I turn to Gango, who has stopped drawing to watch us intently. Gango, I'm so sorry about yesterday. Can we help you with art? Gango thinks about it for a second. You promise you and Jax won't mess things up again? Hey, I interrupted before he could make things worse. I promise we won't. Jax just rolls his eyes, crossing his arms. Okay, I guess you guys can help. Can either of you even draw? I think about it for a few moments. I'm honestly pretty bad, but Jax is alright at it. Jack looks at me like I just sold him out for a talent of silver. What? And when Mr. Kinger saw those sketches you were making in class, he thought so too. Zubo face palms. I can't believe I'm saying this, but here. They hand us a few large pieces of poster-sized paper. Do your best. We're trying to make as many posters as we can for the festival. Yeah, we need to get people excited for the culture festival. Try something like this. Gango lifts up a poster of the entire class rendered in a manga style, big eyes and small mouths. The top reads, Go Culture Festival. I mean, isn't that what they already are? They're already in manga style. I mean, they're anime style, I guess. Very similar. look at the freaking anime eye. The proportions seem off. Ragatha definitely isn't that busty. What? I wonder what this would look like. And I think Kane will have an issue if Pomni's skirt was really that short. Ah yes, Pomni is in Fortnite mode, you know, in this poster. But I get the spirit of her art. Seriously? I hate that. Zubo glares at him. We didn't ask for a critique. Get to work, you two. I try to draw something, but I'm so nervous and I'm just drawing a bunch of wiggly outlines, making no headway at all. You know, I mean, that's something I relate to. You know, having no artistic skill whatsoever. There's at least one thing I can at least relate the self-insert protagonist with. Jax has already made impressive progress on something. Oh. Okay, this culture is sure to be killer. They're fucking dead. The image is Jax holding a hammer, Gango's mask is shattered, and Zubo has been disassembled rather. The title is This Culture Fair is Sure to Be a Killer. Zubo walks over to check our progress. So, how are you two doing over here? I throw my arms over Jax's offensive drawing. Hey! Oh, it's going good, so good, but don't peek, no spoilers. Zubo raises an eyebrow but shrugs before returning to the corner Gango is working in. What's wrong with my poster? Seriously? You thought it was funny when a truck was running over Ragatha. Well, in class, Jax, this is something that everyone in school is gonna see. Jax grins. Good, they'll think it's funny too. I'm too distracted lecturing Jax to notice somebody sneaking up behind us. Oh. Her face falls as she looks at the drawing. See, Gango knows what art is. Come on, give me your opinion. This is way too violent to put up at the culture festival, but... She trails off. But your style is pretty good, Jax. How long have you been practicing this cartoon style? What? I mean, you clearly know your way around a pencil. By now, Zubo has been alerted to something going on in our corner. Spying the drawing, they glare at Jax. Are you serious of this? They gesture to his heart and shrug. Gango's right, though. This is better than I was expecting from either of you. Gango smiles despite herself. Have you been hiding your talents from us? Now Jax shields the drawing with his body. Alright, that's enough. You said it wouldn't work, so stop looking at it. If you joined the art club, we could draw together more and... Something like real fear begins to sneak its way into Jax's expression. No. I am not like you. You're one of them, losers, you know? I cut him off before he can destroy what little goodwill he managed to accumulate. Hey, we can just go to a different corner and keep working. Jax and I share the rest of the day trying to make passable art. I struggle to make something that looks good, and Jax struggles to draw anything that would be appropriate for the culture festival. Despite our struggles, Gango and Zubo look genuinely happy for what little help we can provide. Thanks, Abel. Even if you two didn't do too much. Gango cuts her off. We really appreciate the effort. Gango manages a smile. Anytime. Looking back at all the good we did today, it feels like a weight lifted off my chest. And Jax, we'll keep a seat open for you in our club. Jax just shudders as we depart the art classroom. No one must know that he's secretly a weeb. Because I swear, I don't know, it was like implied at all, or it was just the way Michael Kovac just read the line. But like, I don't know why it's like heavily implied that Jax knows all about anime and he just pretends like he doesn't know, you know? Like he's secretly a big weeb, but he doesn't want to show it because he doesn't want to know Gango would know, you know? Just as we step out, the bell to dismiss class rings, or dismiss. As we step out, the bell to dismiss. I don't know why I'm reading that weirdly. Just as we step out, the bell to dismiss class rings. We're out of earshot, everyone. Jax sighs, sagging. Oh, that was exhausting. You know, that was a bunch of like scenes of all the other characters, and nothing much happens. Just slice of life stuff. You know, they're one of the worst animes. They're the worst. You know. That's what he said. What did he say in that part of the episode? It's like, oh, this is one of the slice of life. They're the worst. I don't know. That wasn't bad at all for me. You know, there's other ways to have fun than just making other people miserable. I grinned smugly, stepping closer to him. Before either of us can make another move, Kane appears from thin air, hovering in front of us. That's an A+ job if ever saw one, Abel. You managed to make up for all your pranks this week and then some. He notices my purple companion. And congratulations on roping Jackson to help you too. As a reward, I cooked up a special vacation location for you two to visit. There above us explodes in a spray of color, confetti fluttering down like snow. I stick my tongue out. Huh, candy confetti. It tastes like stray sugar as it melts on my tongue. Kane looks at me. Don't do that. Then he gestures to a 3D model of a mall he conjures from thin air in front of us. Behold, the amazing digital mallscape! You can go to a liminal mall where there's nobody visiting and it's just all weird and creepy. No, Come check it out when you finish your homework, why don't you? He winks at us before disappearing, leaving us strangely as he first appeared. A new location. A mall. Lame. Why didn't we get to pick? Yeah, but I mean, I really was just completing my disciplinary action, so it's not like you usually get rewarded for doing that. Jack shrugs. I guess so. You want to go? I'm almost scared to ask. Jax rolls his eyes. Duh. Anything that's a break from this boring old school. I'd probably visit a doctor's office if it meant getting out of here. I mean, do you want to go together? I'm good. I look up at him on the verge of tears. He scrambles to respond before I can start actually crying. Why we just cry all the time? Jeez, I'm kidding. Come on now. How about we go tonight? But we have school tomorrow. Jeez, who are you, Ragatha? Alright, okay, we'll go tonight then. I grin up at him, barely able to hide my excitement. Looking through my dorm, I realize I don't actually have anything to wear to the mall tonight while I spend time with Jax. How long is this route? I wonder. How long does it take? I wonder if anyone else has made a video about this. Because I just want to check how long this is. I mean, I might come back to this. I don't know how interesting it'll be for the rest of the route, though. I don't know. Also, welcome back, XML. I didn't even know you left. I feel like I mentioned this before, but I feel like it's not really necessary. Like, say that you're back or you leave, in like a stream. I don't know, maybe it's different on YouTube, but if you leave or come back, or I just assume when you watch a stream, you put it on your second monitor as you play a video game. That's what you do, right? That's what I do nowadays. But let's see. What am I gonna search for? Oh yeah, digital dating sim. I'm just looking at other people's videos real quick to see how long the game is. I mean, this person says, I dated every amazing digital circus character. 10 hours. But I wonder if this is already edited down. I don't know. How long is this? Is there a Jax route video? I mean, there's this one. 1 month ago. 2 hours. It's been 4 hours. So I just don't know how long this will take. Again, this one's 11 hours. How long this person? Yeah, also, I tried dating Polly, but Jack's got in the way. What the heck? I just want a no commentary gameplay, so I know how long this takes. This is so long. Day 2 and 3. Well, actually, how many days are there actually? I guess it's the chapters, I guess, are divided by days, maybe. Anyway, I'm just gonna look at this random person's YouTube video to just see how long the game is. Digital dating. There's an ending, apparently. There you go. Bad ending, day 4. So I guess this is day 4. I guess day 4 and that's it. I don't know. Apparently took them half an hour. How'd they get through the game so fast? Did they not read everything? I feel like if you read everything, it takes a while. It's 5 days. Or are you just making a reference to Five Nights at Freddy's? Are you just making a FNAF reference and not actually answering the question of how long this takes? I don't know. Anyway. I don't know. I guess I'll go a little bit longer. I feel like around this time is when I stop, about 4 hours. So, Happy's Humble Burger Farm, yeah. If you want to recommend me games, you can do so through the Google form, by the way. I think I have that. Where's youtube.com/me. There's a game suggestion form right here. See, you can do that. I was gonna say though, Happy Humble Burger Farm. I think I already. What? I forgot to change the banner for this. Oh yeah, this is my old banner. I think I already, well, I don't think I played it, but I think I watched somebody play it already. I don't know. It's probably not something I would stream. Restaurant horror game. Yeah, what I would be interested in is, I don't know, like something like the Amazing Digital Circus for one, something like that. I don't know, like what kind of game would I be really into right now? I mean, the last game I got really into was Nine Souls, but like, you know, that's a very specific thing. Because I feel like, oh, you like Nine Souls, try Hollow Knight, and I would not like Hollow Knight. But I already know I wouldn't like Hollow Knight. Because like it's mainly a Metroidvania, you know. Oh, well, it says here 5. I mean, that's what they said, right? I guess in the beginning, Kane did say like, oh, 5 days is the culture festival. So I guess it would take 5 days. It literally is 5 days. So right now we've completed the 3rd day. We're on the 4th day. So like, yeah, I feel like, obviously I don't know how long it'll take exactly, but I feel like it'll take probably another hour or so to get to like an ending. So I'm not sure. I don't know if I want to like keep going is the thing. Yeah, Nine Souls. Nine Souls is really good. People keep saying it was like really hard. I mean, especially the final boss. I felt the final boss wasn't that hard. And I got the true ending too. It's funny because I think I beat the boss like on the normal ending first, and then I did the true ending. The true ending had like the special like final phase of the boss. But like, wasn't that hard, you know? I don't know. People just don't like Sekiro mechanics, I guess. But I really like Nine Souls because it literally is 2D Sekiro. And like, I like that, you know? So it was not a problem. Anyway, I think, well, okay. I think I'm just gonna like kind of stop here for this. I might come back to it maybe next week. Yeah, I don't know, just to finish it, you know, because I don't know, I don't feel, it doesn't feel right to just stop in the middle and like not finish it. But I think I will finish it, even though like I feel like at this point, yeah, I mean, here's my thoughts. Like so far in this game, I like the references to the Digital Circus show, obviously, and everything. I like some of the characterization of Jax as well. You know, I like the part where he's like, I mean, it's just a repeat basically of what happens in the episode, but like basically when, you know, he has a mental breakdown, you know, basically, and like, you suck. And like we were never friends, you know, we were never friends. You don't understand, you know, and then he has a mental breakdown. But you know, I feel like at this point, right, it's kind of like, and that's it. And now we just make out, and it's like, but where's the fire, you know, in the relationship? If we're not fighting each other, literally beating the shit out of each other, and it's not interesting anymore, okay? If Funny Bunny is just simply Pomni and Jax just like cuddling all day, that's not interesting. I want drama. I want death. I want destruction. I want, you know, Ribbit. You know, I want like Ribbit suddenly like coming out of nowhere and like making him have a mental breakdown. You know, that's what I want. Okay. It's not interesting when everyone is just happy. Okay. Is all I'm saying. At least in a story, you know. Because that's what I feel like, that's what makes the Amazing Digital Circus interesting, right, in the first place. Because if it was like a normal, like, how do you say, like if they weren't like trapped in a circus and abstractions weren't a thing, you know, and like people don't argue and stuff, and then I feel like it would be boring, right? The whole point of the story, or like what makes a story interesting is the drama. And putting the characters in stressful situations, you know, in my opinion. But, you know, that's what makes it unique. What about fake happiness? Well, I don't know. It depends on the story you're trying to write. Is it like a Lotus Eater machine? You know, that's what it's called? It's like the trope where like the character gets stuck in like a utopian, like dreamlike world, but like it's all fake. It's like the Matrix. I don't know. Anyway, I don't know. I basically... I guess we'll see, but like I'll probably finish it, but like I don't know. This is why I don't like the Sims, you know. It probably just ends and like, oh, you know, and then Jax is happy. The end, you know. I just want more fucked up shit to happen, basically. Well, that's just me though. And that's what I want out of a story. That's why I like the coffin of Andy and Lele. I keep mentioning this, and I'm sure people will disagree. I remember watching like a YouTube essay video of someone shitting on this game and saying how the writing is bad, and like I just completely disagree. This is peak. When I have to refer, I don't know. Like I feel like, again, I'm sure a lot of people would disagree, but to me, this is the peak of writing. Like when I say, like I want a visual novel to be good, this is it. This is good writing. If you want like a good story, this is what a good story is supposed to be written, in my opinion. The Coffin and Italy. It's not been done yet, by the way. What's next update? I don't know. It's not here yet. But this is what a good story is. You know, a fucked up relationship between two people. They do fucked up things. They hurt each other. And they hurt everyone around them. It's great. I love it. Anyway. But that's good, you know. That's just like one aspect of what I like in the story. You like a Better Half? Right, you can't even download it. Well, you can, I guess you can find it, but like Better Half, you can't download on itch.io anyway, right? Which one? Yeah, you can't even find it anymore. Because Nemle took down all her old games. I have a copy, technically. You know, I still, well, unless I lose my hard drive, I guess. I still have a copy of the game, by the way, on my hard drive. But, I think I was one of the, I don't know if I was the, like, the actual first person. But I feel like I was one of the first people that played Nemle's games, you know? Yeah, 2021, by the way. Like, who are these people? 2023, 2024, 2023... Who are these people? You know, I was there at 2021. I played this game first. Maybe, I don't know. I shouldn't know if I'm literally the first one, but like, you know, one of the first ones. I knew about Nemlet before the Coffin and Lele, okay? That's what I'm saying. Anyway, but that's just to say, like, that writing style is probably the best. Out of all the like indie visual novels, indie games, indie RPG Maker games, I think that style of writing is really one of the best because it's written like an actual, like, I don't know, like it's written like, I mean, well, for one, but like it's written like the dialogue actually means something, right? There's like subtlety to it. There's can read between the lines, you know. There's implications, like themes, you know. Like an actual, like, it's just writing. It's like written for like a game, you know, instead of like for a book. Anyway, but I guess overall though, by the way, not to like shit on you know the writers for this game though. I think it's like 2 people. Since apparently her and her husband, maybe it's 2 people. I don't know, but I think I don't know. Overall, I think it's all right. Actually, I don't think it's bad necessarily. I think it's all right. The only criticism I really have is the way they like add too many descriptors. You know, as I mentioned a lot of times, they always go, "Here's some dialogue," and then Jax did a flip, and then Jax says, "I'm a rabbit," and then Zubul stares at Jax, and Zubul says, "Jax, you're stupid." You know, it's like they keep doing that over and over again. I feel like they don't have to use descriptors as much, you know? If you just write the dialogue and just imply they're doing a flip, you know, you don't have to say they're doing a flip, you know? Anyway. Alright. Is there anything else I want to say? I think that's it for now. I think tomorrow, though, because I don't know, I don't want to, like, or maybe, I don't know. I feel like I tend to, like, what I like to do is rotate my games, even though I only stream, like, 2 days a week, but I probably want to play something different tomorrow, but I'll probably come back to this, you know, I'll probably at least finish Jax's route, and I think that's it. It says here, Kane and Kinger routes are currently being written. Oh, okay, apparently they're not in the game yet. Mr. Kinger pauses a moment. In the darkness, maybe? Like he becomes sane in the darkness or whatever. I feel like, well, I don't know. I gotta say, like, as like in terms of characters, by the way, I was just thinking about the characters and everything, the Amazing Joe Circus. I gotta say, like Kinger It's not bad. He's not a bad character. He's just kind of like he's stuck being like a what's the word? A plot device, you know? I mean, especially near the end, obviously, because the whole like darkness thing. But like, yeah, he's just kind of stuck being like a plot device, to be honest. So I feel like we don't really, I don't know. He's a bit of a Mary Sue. I'll be honest, a little bit. I know his whole shtick is that, ooh, he's all loopy and insane, you know. But I feel like that's not really a detriment. You know, he's just kind of goofy, really. I think the other characters have much more depth to them, you know. But that's just me. I don't know. Zubo as well. I feel like Zubo. I feel like. I mean, besides the obvious like gender dysphoria allegory, I guess. Well, it's not an allegory. It's just a thing that they have. I don't know. There's not much else to them either, you know. Oh, other than them being like obvious shipping, you know, with Gangle. Anyway, I was just saying, like, you know, even though Kinger's alright and I mean, I like all the characters generally speaking, but I feel like they're kind of lower tier for me, you know. Again, I would tier them like Pomni is number 1, even though I feel like it's like saying you're like Goku in Dragon Ball Z. Just the protagonist is the most boring choice. I don't know. I do like her. Pomni, Manager Gangle, again, which is not the real Gangle, but the Manager Gangle. Manager Gangle, then Jax, then probably a mix between Ragatha and normal Gangle, and then Zubo and Kinger. And not to say Kinger is bad. Oh yeah, there's Kane. I forgot about Kane too. Kane is like, Kane is up there too, I guess. Anyway, I'm just thinking about the characters, you know, and how like, yeah, you can definitely like do the other routes as well. But I'm just thinking like, how interesting would it be, right? The reason why I picked Jax was because of the friction he brings to the story, right? The conflict. But everyone else, I feel like if we just romance them, I feel like it's not be much to it, you know? I guess Ragatha, maybe she'll bring up her like trauma with her mother, you know, maybe? I don't know. You know what I want? I want Manager Gangle. Where's the Manager Gangle route? I don't know why, but I like characters to suffer, I guess. I don't know. Because I feel like Gangle is much more interesting when she's in manager mode, you know? When she's fucking depressed, basically, about her, like, being stuck in, like, a fast food job, when she really just wants to, like, become an artist, but she can't because of the realities of capitalism. I don't know, it's just, that's very, what's the word? That's, appealing, I guess, to me, for some reason. I don't know why. Anyway, what? Wait, this happened? Spoilers. Well, I wasn't gonna do these routes anyway, but what do you mean Evil Jax shows up? Oh yeah, I was wondering, does Jax ever get in a maid outfit? I guess that gets answered. Apparently, Evil Jax gets in a maid outfit somehow. When does that happen in that story? I don't know. Also, Gango kisses you, I guess. You weird, like, bald, you know, bald, like, shapeless silhouette, I guess. Is that how that happens? Again, I'm just imagining, like, our characters and NPC, like the NPCs in, like, you know, I mean, literally, like, Abel, or Abel, whatever. You know, like this thing, you know, like this thing. That's what I imagine our character to be, like literally this, except in a school uniform. Basically, just another one of those NPCs, you know. Oh yeah, and there's also this like theory that like Abel is like Bubble or something. I guess I shouldn't say anything because for people who didn't watch the finale, I guess I shouldn't say anything. But well, I don't know. Anyway, Tongue of a Gray Culprit. Was that like another fan game? I don't know. Alright, well anyway, Digital Circus. I think, again, that'll be it for today. I could just quit. Maybe play some of the copyright-free music, like so. There you go. And, yeah, I'll return. I'll at least finish Jax's route maybe next week. Assuming I don't get, like, the stomach flu again suddenly. I don't know, but this is what I was planning on doing last week right after watching the movie, but well, now it's a week later. I guess. I mean, maybe. I guess next week the episode will come out at that point, right? So I don't know. Maybe I'll talk more about the actual like movie once it actually comes out. Because this whole stream, by the way, I'm trying to not say specific details about the movie because it's not technically out on YouTube yet. So I guess later, you know, it doesn't really matter, you know. But I don't know. It depends. I guess even if it comes out, I guess people might not still want spoilers though, because they might not watch it. I don't know. Anyway, but yeah, I'll continue this next week, and tomorrow, I guess I'll play some other games. I'm thinking, I don't know. I'm not sure. I feel like there's two categories of what I like. I like something like Nine Souls, basically. Or otherwise, I like some kind of psychological horror game where like a bunch of people get murdered. You know, I don't know. I don't know what I really want right now in terms of what I want to play. There's an interesting like anime extraction shooter I could play next week, or rather tomorrow. Rather, is what I'm trying to say. I guess we'll see. Anyway, but again, let me just press the button. There you go. Amazing Digital Circus. Really, playing the dating sim was just an excuse to like just talk about the Amazing Digital Circus for a little bit, you know. Because, I don't know, I was just obsessed over it for like a while, you know? I guess, I mean, that's how a lot of other people feel too, I guess, you know? It just kind of came out one day. It's just a random like YouTube series. Like, I feel like if it didn't go as viral as it did, it wouldn't have had this much of an impact, you know? Or maybe it was inevitable, you know, because it was so good. Because it is good, actually. I don't know. I tend to be someone who's a bit of a hipster because I don't like things that are just popular for the sake of being popular, you know? I feel like, I don't know. I feel like that's what normies do, right? You know, that's what the normal person does. They just get into things because everyone else is into it, right? So that they have something to talk about, like sports or something. Isn't soccer going on right now? But like I'm weird. I only like things if I like it. You know, if I only like things if I like it. I don't know if I like it. If everyone else likes it, that makes me think it's slop. You know, because it makes me think it caters to the lowest common denominator or something, you know, even though that's not always true. Sometimes it's just good. As it turns out, the Amazing Digital Circus is just good. So, I don't know. And it's over, too. It's done. So, like, I'm still not over it, though. It's weird. Anyway. But, I said this like 10 times already, but like that'll be it for today's stream. Let me just say my usual schedule, by the way, if you didn't know, is Saturday and Sunday on the weekends. And tomorrow, I'll probably play some other games, maybe some demos. Isn't there like a Steam Next Fest? Or is that next week? I'm not sure actually. Maybe not tomorrow, but I'll play some other games maybe. I don't know, I'm thinking maybe some random game that I was thinking of playing. And then the week after, I'll probably continue playing the Amazing Digital Dating Simulator. At the very least, finish Jax's route and see how that ends at the very least. And yeah, and then like just feel empty because the Digital Circus is over forever, and like read like weird theories about. You know, you read those like video essays about this one weird theory about the Digital Circus. Did you know that Jax is actually a secret programmer for the circus? Which, by the way, is not true. That's just made up. And like they always just make up a bunch of like random, you know, clues in the show as if like it all pointed to that fact, but actually it's just is not the case at all. Anyway, but yeah. There you go. Thanks for watching, by the way. Thanks for coming by. Until next time, I'll see you then.